what is needed in real people's real lives are going to be placed at the real front and center of every decision that's made for the next 4 years in Nova Scotia. And that's what's going to happen if the NDP is elected.
I've been knocking on doors across the whole province. People are excited. People are optimistic that we're on the right track, and I'm optimistic that we can continue to govern this province.
31 days of promises, plans, and vying for your vote. But it all comes down to tonight. 18 months into the pandemic, with a fourth wave knocking at our door, it's decision time. This is Nova Scotia Votes. Good evening. Welcome to our CBC Election Night special. A warm welcome tonight to viewers from across the country joining us on CBC News Network and online. I'm Tom Murphy.
And I'm Amy Smith. We will have results for you shortly, and those numbers will tell the tale of an election like no other in Nova Scotia's history. Will the Liberal Party and their new leader make it 3 election wins in a row, bolstered by Nova Scotia's COVID response? It is also Tim Houston's first election night as leader. The Progressive Conservatives haven't won an election in Nova Scotia for 15 years. Tonight, we'll find out if they can turn that tide. As for the NDP, this is Gary Burrell's second election, but the party headed into it very much in third place, needing to make gains outside Metro Halifax.
And one more first tonight, a new electoral map. There are 55 ridings this time, up from 51 to make room for more Acadian and African Nova Scotian representation. That makes the magic number for a majority 28.
Over the next few hours, we will have the most experienced team in Nova Scotia politics to guide you through the night. Tom and I are joined on set by Paul Withers, our senior political reporter, and Chris Lydon, a political consultant and senior vice president at M5 Public Affairs. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome.
We'll also have live reporters at the leaders' headquarters tonight. Taryn Grant is with the Burrell camp in Dartmouth. Vernon Ramasar is in Pictou East with Tim Houston's team. But we start with Jean Laroche, who is spending the night with the Rankin Liberals in downtown Halifax. So, Jean, when this campaign began, the Liberals had been reduced to a minority government by the departures of Stephen McNeil and the MLA for Hants East, Margaret Miller. Tonight, Ian Rankin is hoping his party will recapture the majority status he inherited from Stephen McNeil. Now, you've covered every inch of this campaign. Is it sounding like he'll get there?
Well, it's interesting. You talk about recovering the magic. Well, we're in the exact same room here in the Halifax Convention Centre that last February, Ian Rankin spoke at that exact podium to accept the job of leading the Liberal Party. His party has actually rented the same green room for him and his wife, Mary Chisholm, to chillax, watch the results, and come into the room, hopefully in the same triumphant and buoyant mood that they were that night when he won the leadership. Of course, now he has asked for a much bigger job, and that is to continue to lead the Liberal Party for the next 4 years. He came into this race sky-high poll results. People were happy with his government. The race seems to have tightened, if you believe the polls. So whether or not it has tightened enough to put his government in jeopardy, well, we'll know in the hours to come. Amy.
All right. Thank you for that, Jean. And welcome to Vernon. As this campaign progressed, it seems the Tories have been making some headway. As Jean referenced, they rose in the polls. And we're hearing from party insiders in all camps this could be much closer than a lot of people expected when the election was called. What are you hearing on the ground in Pictou County?
Well, we're hearing pretty well the same thing, Amy, actually. Yeah, we're here at the Pictou County Wellness Centre where people are still filtering in. They're expecting about 136 people because of COVID rules. But people have said there's a close race. In fact, Tim Houston's parents and his sister are here from Timberley, and they said they're on pins and needles because they're expecting a nail-biter this evening. So I guess that's pretty well reflective of everybody's thoughts right now. Earlier today, we were there when Tim Houston, his wife and kids voted. And interestingly enough, yesterday we went to his constituency office to get a feel for the area, and not too far from here, actually, Pictou East. And, well, there were very few campaign signs out for any of the candidates. But what we thought was interesting is as we got there outside the building, we heard a siren, and then an ambulance raced by. And a woman was standing next to us, and she said, "You don't see too many of those around here." And that's sort of reflective of a tack that the PCs have been taking, which is to tackle healthcare. It's been a very important issue of their campaign. And we'll have to see this evening if voters also regard it as a very important issue as well. Amy?
All right, we shall see. Thank you, Vernon. And back in Halifax, Taryn Grant joins us now from NDP headquarters, where she's been talking to members of Burrell's team. So, Taryn, what are their hopes this evening?
Well, Amy, the bottom line for the New Democrats is they're looking to grow their seat count tonight. Just a month ago, when this election was called, the NDP had 5 sitting members at Province House, and out of those, just 4 of them are reoffering tonight. Now, those numbers are a far cry from where this party was not so long ago. As you well remember, back in 2013, the New Democrats held a majority government. They came out on the other side of that election in 3rd place, and they've been there ever since. Now, in this election, they've made many banner promises that they're hoping will attract voters to help them grow their seat count and maybe claw their way out of 3rd place. One of those, of course, is permanent rent control. They're the only party who say they will make that measure permanent, and we've heard extensively from leader Gary Burrell over the last 30 days about rent control in particular and affordable housing. Now, just in the last few days, the party has made it into literally a banner promise, adding signs to many of their existing campaign signs that say in bold letters, "Vote rent control." Most of those signs have popped up in and around the Halifax area, which is friendly territory for the New Democrats. 3 of their 4 incumbents hold seats in the Halifax area. Halifax and Cape Breton Island are the 2 spots where they're most likely to pick up seats tonight.
All right, thank you for that, Taryn.
And Shayna Luck is also with us in the newsroom. She's going to be talking to people across the province this evening. And Shayna, I understand you have someone standing by right now.
That's right, Tom. We're reaching out to people all around the province by Zoom tonight. And, you know, diversity in leadership has been a real theme for all of the major parties in this election. So I'm here with Velma Morgan. She is joining me by Zoom from Toronto, and she is the chair of Operation Black Vote Canada. Velma, I know you wrote to all the parties before the election, encouraging them to run more black candidates in winnable ridings. So what did you think of what you saw?
So I think it's a great start that they're doing. We have 11 black candidates in Nova Scotia this time around. We have promises from all the political parties that they promise to do better in the next rounds of elections, and that in between the elections, they're actually going to be engaging with the black community. So we're excited to hear that as well.
Well, women and visible minorities who are candidates and also in office, they can face things that white male candidates just do not face. So I'm wondering, what do you think needs to change in politics so that we don't see that happen anymore?
Right. So I think, we need to educate and provide information to candidates before they start to run, to say these are things that might happen to you, and put things in place, supports in place, so that they could help alleviate the kind of stress that they're going to receive, because we can't control what people outside the political system does. What we can control, though, is how we support our candidates, what measures we put in place to help them manage these types of supports. And I think what we need to do is look at the system and the strategies that we're using to recruit people, and then what kind of supports are we putting in place for those candidates, those black candidates and women candidates. And also, I think parties need to actively support by speaking up and speaking out when issues of vandalism or sexism happens. I know that one of the Liberal candidates, her signs were repeatedly destroyed. And I think, all political parties, when things like that happen, need to speak out.
Right. So certainly things that we will be watching for over the next 4 years. Velma Morgan, thank you so much for your time. That is Velma Morgan, the chair of Operation Black Vote Canada. Tom?
All right, and thank you, Shane Luck. We'll be coming back to you throughout the evening. And while we're waiting for those first results to come in, zeros across the board right now, let's look at how things looked last time Nova Scotians went to the polls. Paul?
Well, this is a very different electoral map this time. With 55 ridings in Nova Scotia, new seats have been added. That's because the boundaries were redrawn in 2019, adding new seats. If you take the results from the 2017 general election and subsequent by-elections, and we had 6 of them, and you apply those results to the new boundaries, here's how the map looks the last time Nova Scotians actually voted. The Liberals would hold 30 seats, the Progressive Conservatives 20, and the New Democrats 5. That's why things were looking good for the Liberals as they headed into this election. Of course, the other big change this time is the large number of seats where incumbents are not reoffering. 13 incumbents have chosen not to reoffer. In 2017, there were just 4 of them. Another element, of course, for the Liberals in this particular case, Tom, because 11 of those incumbents not reoffering are Liberals, and 10 of them are cabinet ministers.
Yeah, storyline to watch there for sure. So many of these ridings, so many of these races are going to be so interesting to look at tonight, Amy.
Yeah, Chris, what are you having a watch over? What are you expecting?
I think first and foremost, affirmation that campaigns matter. You know, what we've seen in the last 31 days is really an astonishing turnaround on behalf of both opposition parties, you know, as terms of how the polling at least would have suggested they've crept all the closer to government. Again, 31 days ago, it looked like a 25 to 30 point spread that the Rankin Liberals were going to enjoy getting into there. And now, just last night, 2 national polls, national pollsters released polls that suggested the race tonight could be within 2 percentage points, which is, again, an astonishing close, I guess, to this very, very exciting campaign. So we're in the thick of it now. This is going to be an incredibly exciting night.
People are on pins and needles in all the camps, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure they are. And they've all got a lot of skin in this game. And I don't think anyone in any war room could tell you definitively tonight what's going to happen.
That's what makes elections so much fun.
Indeed.
That's going to keep us hanging around for a while, perhaps tonight. Okay, we have our first result on the board here. Let's take a look at this. Our first riding report of the evening, and it's coming from a pretty safe NDP seat in Metro, Paul.
Well, the NDP would hope so. Garrett Burrell hoping to get re-elected for the second time in Halifax-Shabukta. Of course, its nickname is Orange County. It's been sending New Democrats to Province House for a while.
Yeah, 1 of 37 polls reporting there. All right, Paul, so many storylines to watch. Which ridings in particular are you watching for?
Well, Chris was alluding to it. For the Liberals tonight, the big challenge is going to be just to hold on, especially in the 11 seats where they were running without incumbents. On mainland Nova Scotia, I'll be watching Kings West. There we go. This is a riding where Liberal Cabinet Minister Leo Glavine has retired. They've recruited a strong candidate in Emily Lutz, a municipal councillor and a member of a well-known farming family. Holding for the Liberals means winning ridings like this in the Annapolis Valley where they are strong. In Metro Halifax, I'm going to be watching for Waverley Fall River. If Tim Houston wants to be Premier, he's going to have to make some gains in and around Metro. The Liberals won this seat last time by just 65 votes. The incumbent is not reoffering. The redrawn boundary actually favors the PC somewhat. Both leaders have been focused on this seat. I think we'll be watching this one throughout the evening. Also watching, and this was not one I expected at the beginning of the campaign, I'll be watching Antigonish. We'll see if the Tories really are surging on the mainland in a place like Antigonish. If they are, it could propel Michelle Thompson into Province House. The Liberals really need Randy Delory to hold this in the face of what also could be a strong NDP campaign that could split the vote against the Liberal up there. So Antigonish, not on anyone's list, I don't think, at the beginning of this campaign. We'll see just how real conservative strength, progressive conservative strength is on the mainland of Nova Scotia in a riding like Antigonish.
Fair enough. That could be a key riding for sure. All right, Paul highlights 3 ridings, but of course there are 55 ridings at play here in Nova Scotia tonight.
Yeah, Chris, you listened to what he was keeping an eye on. What interests you the most in this night?
Basically the same methodology with one extra caveat, that there are a few newsworthy ridings that I think beyond just the contest that we'll see tonight. There are a few ridings, again, as Paul dictated, that will have incumbent Liberals seeking re-election that they must hold. The first that I wanted to chat about is not one where there's an MLA currently, but from a very
the
Battle of the Johns. This was the riding of a very popular Liberal cabinet minister who is retired from politics, and this one should be a 3-way race with the same Progressive Conservative candidate running again and the former mayor of CBRM for the NDP. Cole Harbour is a sitting Liberal cabinet minister, and Tony Ince. He is facing a strong challenge from Daryl Johnson, the Progressive Conservative candidate, former municipal candidate, and that one I think is going to be a 3-way race also. And last but not least, the riding that no one's talking about, which is Cumberland North, where you have Elizabeth Smith-McCrossan running as an independent. She, again, has won that riding for the Progressive Conservatives in elections past. And the resurgence, the phoenix from the ashes, and Bill Casey coming back from the proverbial political wilderness to try to win that seat for the Rankin Liberals.
All right, have you noticed they've been getting some of the ballots counted, obviously. 3 of the seats reporting. Let's get to where those seats are and what, in fact, is happening there, beginning in Dartmouth East.
Well, this is held currently by Tim Hallman of the Progressive Conservative Party, a player in that caucus for sure. But the New Democrat is hardly running away with it here in the very early going.
Just 1 of 30 polls reporting there.
Here we go. Cape Breton East, a seat held by the Progressive Conservative Brian Comer, Heather Peters running for the Liberals there again early on.
Yeah, all right, so keep an eye on that scoreboard at the bottom. Right now, the NDP out to an early lead, but this is very early, and expect that to change throughout the evening. Just 3 of the seats reporting in Nova Scotia so far tonight. All right, the counting is underway. Let's talk to Brett Ruskin now. He's in our CBC newsroom, and he has some news from Elections Nova Scotia. Brett.
Well, that's right, Tom. You know what? Counting is underway, but not everyone's done voting yet. There are still some polls that have extended how long they're going to stay open. So let's talk about that right now. So the polls are going to stay open for the most part until 8:30. We are hearing some breaking news out down here in the riding of Kings West in Aylesford. We're hearing that there was an altercation at a polling station there. The RCMP was called. We don't know many details there, but the delay there was 15 minutes, so things should be wrapped up by now. This should be the end of voting time for that polling station there. But let's take a look at the other ones here. Let's take a look at Antigonish, Club 60, as well as up in Cumberland South, Parkland Estates. Over here, Bedford South, Northwood Place, down in Clayton Park West, Parkland Estates, as well as Halifax Atlantic City Church is going to stay open until 8:30 as well. And finally, Halifax Citadel Sable Island, the Dalhousie Student Union Building. All of those yellow dots that you saw in that text, those polling stations will remain open until at least 8:30 this evening, plus whoever else is still in line at 8:30. Number of reasons why. Perhaps folks were late in arriving, or there were some technical difficulties. Also, we want to talk about the extended polls just briefly. Counting has started. Counting can start, even though the polls are still open, but no results will be released anywhere in those ridings. So one more thing to talk about, the write-in counts. Lots of folks opted for the write-in option. We do know that the out-of-district write-in ballot count began at 6:30, and that there's basically 50 teams of 2 people in a Dartmouth hotel. They rented out, Elections Nova Scotia rented out a series of ballrooms. They are gathered around ballot boxes, counting ballots, these write-in ballots as we speak. So that began at 6:30. So the results that we're seeing now are most likely the write-in ballots that began the counting process at 6:30 today.
Yeah, so many ways to vote and so many ballots to be counted. Really interesting to watch Elections Nova Scotia deal with the voting and now the counting tonight. Always a challenge, but Brett, thank you for taking us behind the scenes there just a little bit. And talking about the scene on the board right now, that scoreboard at the bottom of the screen is what we're all watching, of course. And we have some new results coming in from some ridings and early votes indeed. But, Paul, let's talk about this one, Lunenburg.
Sure. This is one where the Progressive Conservatives were hoping to make a breakthrough on the South Shore, which is solidly Liberal right now heading into the election. Susan Corkum-Greek is one that the Progressive Conservatives hope could actually take this seat from incumbent Suzanne Lonis-Croft, but that's hardly a done deal this early on in the race. Here we go with our next one. This is Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. This is one of the new ridings that was created in the redistricting, and Laurelie Nickel is the Liberal there. She is a longtime HRM councillor. Liberals certainly have hopes that they will hold or take this seat, which would be a seat they would want to take to offset any gains that might happen elsewhere across the province. New seat. It's a possibility for a gain for the Liberals.
Yeah, they'd like to have it. All right, early goings here, obviously, still. 28 is that magic number to get to a majority. Of course, a long way away from that. But the Liberals on the board there with 2, the NDP leading in 2, and the PC leading in that 1 riding. So 50 seats rather, still to report. So we're into this for a while here.
Now
but
we're up
obviously,
to 6.
we're the reporting coming in as we speak. Yes, but pretty well tied across the board there right now, Amy.
Yeah, well, this is early days just yet, but at least everybody is on the board. They can be grateful for that. And
very early days. Now, to be fair, we're talking about the count of 150 votes total or so.
Nobody's jumping
point.
up and down and popping the champagne.
And interestingly, they're all sort of flirting with the 33% of the vote in this very, very early stage. So it has the harbinger of being quite a nail biter. So this will be an edge of the seat one for sure. The second progressive conservative one that just came in, it was Colchester Musquodoboit Valley, where I have made the joke in elections past, a blue Kleenex could get elected in that riding. So I suspect
there's the blue candidate.
I suspect
he's no Kleenex.
Larry is an exceptional MLA for the Houston Progressive Conservatives, and I'd have Tory Heartland. I'd expect that one to be safely in their column by the end of the night tonight.
Yeah, Larry Harris has been around for quite a while, and a lead of 2 there, one of 38 polls reporting. All right, speaking of the PCs, let's get to the PC election night headquarters and see how people are doing there. Vernon has a guest. I believe it's the co-chair of the campaign.
That's right, Tom. Tara Miller, who's the co-chair of the campaign. Good evening, Tara.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I want to ask you, healthcare was obviously a key issue for the campaign. How important do you see that in terms of the direction we go this evening with the voters?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Tim Houston's leadership on healthcare and solutions to fix the healthcare crisis in Nova Scotia has been a long-standing commitment. And part of our strategy for this campaign was to share that vision with Nova Scotians. Tim has been working on healthcare plans for over a year. They've been available to the public, and we just took that work and carried it forward into the campaign, sharing that vision of hope for a better system for Nova Scotians, and we believe that they've really responded to that, and we'll see them tonight voting for hope.
Now, it's one thing for the leader to really promote an issue like healthcare. How did you get all the other candidates to buy in and reflect that message as well?
Well, that's a great question. In fact, a lot of our candidates, I think about 9 of them, are actually healthcare professionals. Those folks who are frontline people. We have people who have worked as in ambulance attendants. We have Dr. Sura Haddad, who's a dentist. We have a chiropractor, Trevor Boudreau. So, we have a great complement of frontline people who have worked in healthcare and bring their own experiences and their passions for a better system, for better healthcare and hope for Nova Scotia, for all Nova Scotians.
And what are the key areas you'll be looking at this evening to give you an indication of which way we're heading?
Yeah, well, we believe that there's some significant momentum around this healthcare focus and hope for healthcare into the future. 2.5 months ago, we were 28 points behind in a poll, and we are now neck and neck. And that's a significant gap to have closed over this period of time. We're looking to pick up seats everywhere. And, with the caliber of the candidates that we have from shore to shore to shore in Nova Scotia, we're very confident that we're going to see additional seats fall our way tonight.
Tara Miller, thank you very much for speaking with CBC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there you go, Tom. Lots more to come this evening.
All right, yeah, thanks very much, Vernon, at the Pictou Wellness Centre tonight with the PCs, who were thought to have run a pretty strong campaign, certainly as the campaign went along. That was sort of the general consensus that was out there. Now, we're seeing some movement on the scoreboard here as we move along here. The Liberals, the PCs vying for the lead here. Let's get a look at some of the seats as the PCs pop back out in front there. And beginning in one of the ridings you've been watching closely tonight, Paul, and that's Kings West.
Sure, this is obviously early on, but Emily Lutz would be an example of a strong candidate that the Liberals were able to recruit behind a veteran that was stepping aside. They are watching this. The Progressive Conservatives are watching this. We're watching this as the evening unfolds. Our next one up, Kim Maslin. So if you look at the difference there, she is very, very early on, obviously, but she's taking a large percentage of the vote there. This would safely be called a safe progressive conservative seat. She was a former constituency assistant for Gerald Keddy, the conservative MP down there for a number of years. And here we go, Colton LeBlanc, very early on in this race, another seat considered to be a safe progressive conservative seat. He won this in a by-election when Chris d'Entremont was elected to Parliament as the lone Conservative from Nova Scotia in the last federal election.
But look at that scoreboard, 6-5. It's tied at 5. It keeps bouncing
around,
back and forth.
Yeah, we're into a horse race here already. Yeah. All right, early goings though, but let's check in with the Liberals at the headquarters tonight. Jean Laroche, downtown Halifax at the Halifax Convention Centre. He has a guest. Jean.
Hi, Tom. I'm here with Jane Tabor, who is the communications director for Liberal leader Ian Rankin. Jane, you've been on both sides of this, Mike. You were a national columnist, you were a reporter. What did you learn in this campaign that you thought you knew, but it was completely different?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. It's very intense, Sean, and it's almost like being a reporter that you are juggling all different issues at the same time. But I'm just seeing how strategy comes together. I'm seeing how policy comes together, and just the considerations that a leader has to make in terms of dealing with MLAs, people like you, and all the other reporters. I mean, there's a lot that comes at you every day.
And so, what was the Liberal strategy coming out of the gate? What did you want to do that you thought, okay, this will get us our majority?
Well, I think people really needed to know Ian Rankin and to learn about him. I know he's been in politics since 2013, but not as a leader. And I think that was part of the strategy, is just getting him out there. And I have to tell you, the guy has a huge work ethic, and he was just knocking on doors. Like, he just loved going across the province. I think we did more than 9,000 kilometers. We visited more than 250 communities. And he was out there with the people, meeting the people, knocking on doors, and very available to everyone.
And did that strategy at all shift during the campaign?
No, I don't believe it did. I think that was what he wanted to do. He loves meeting people, and he loves talking to Nova Scotians. And so that was the strategy that we went in with and that we ended with. In fact, today we were out in Preston talking to voters, and with Angela Simmons, our candidate. Last night he was in Beachville doing the same thing, right to the very end.
All right, so what does a win look like tonight for the Liberals?
A win is a majority for the Liberals. That's what we want. That's what he talked about yesterday. He said, we're going to get a majority government. He's got a great gut, great instincts, and I believe that's what's going to happen.
All right. Jane Tabor, thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean.
Jane Tabor is the communications director for Liberal leader Ian Rankin. Back to you, Tom and Amy.
All right, thanks, Jean. Jean with the Liberals tonight. And boy, look at the scoreboard there right now. Everyone's ticking up a little bit. The Liberals a little more than anyone else right now, but they've been trading that first place spot with the PCs, but the NDP up as well here. Let's get to some of those ridings, Paul, to try and explain what's happening, where it's happening, and why.
Well, this is what would be considered a star candidate for the Liberals, Mi'kmaq Nadine Bernard, who tried to get the nomination for the Liberals in Sydney, was unsuccessful, is now taking on a longtime incumbent Keith Bain for the Conservatives. This will be a riding to watch all night. Nadine Bernard is the only, as I understand, the only Mi'kmaq running for the Liberals in this race with a very small lead early on.
And could be the first Mi'kmaq woman elected to the legislature if it goes her way. Pictou West.
So if the Pictos don't go all Conservative, I'd be very surprised tonight. Carla McFarlane early on with a lead.
One of 31 polls reporting there. As Paul says, a lead of 5, so not very big, but Conservatives, progressive Conservatives would think that would be a pretty safe riding. Sydney member 2 is another one of these ones, Paul, a lot of people are looking at, particularly to see how the Liberal does.
That's right. Well, this was a rematch from the last election in which Madonna Doucette from the Democrats was leading all through the evenings until the very last poll when the advance poll came in and flipped it for Derek Mumbercat. It's a rematch. We're just going to have to watch this one.
Yeah, shades of last time around for sure there.
Tight.
So there we have 35 seats still waiting for results. So lots of votes still to be counted and lots of movement available on the board. But on the scoreboard there right now, things are ticking up slowly. The Liberals up with 9 now, and they have the lead.
Yeah, and sleepy summer campaign, maybe not so much, right?
Maybe not so much. Elections Nova Scotia, as we know, has done an exceptional job in providing Nova Scotians with as much opportunity as possible, really a historic level of access to being able to vote. You could vote on the very first day of this 31-day campaign. The advance polls were open for longer than a week, as opposed to the Saturday before. So we had fully a third of the voters that voted last time cast their ballot before Election Day, 160, 170,000. It's an exceptional turnout. In a pandemic, in the summertime, I think voters are engaged. They seem to be, issues have also been very on the forefront. I know we'll get into that a little bit later, but people seem to be actually caring about some very specific issues relevant to them, relevant to their families, and they're putting their X's where they think those solutions can best come from.
And where they land, we'll find out in a few hours, maybe.
Indeed.
Yeah, people thought sleepy summer campaign, and maybe some of it was. But, Paul, you spent some of the time on the campaign. You're certainly talking to a lot of people in some different ridings. What was your sense of the tone of the campaign?
Well, my sense of the tone of the campaign was it was sleepy. It was this election was fought in the ridings by local candidates. Above that, in the air war, I thought that this was a surprisingly negative campaign in the sense that the Tory ad campaign and the New Democrat ad campaign was extremely focused and harsh and negative against the Liberals without commenting on whether that was legitimate or not. It certainly was. Rankin was targeted personally for some of the issues that he has faced, the DUI admission before the election where he admitted he had a couple of convictions, one was overturned. That was surfaced by the Progressive Conservatives late in the campaign. So we're seeing that was sort of chippy and focused, but that was part of a Conservative war room that was very focused. They had a message. That was healthcare. They stuck with it. They opened with it. They never deviated from it. And they drove that and tried to blame Ian Rankin for problems in healthcare.
We didn't see much of him in the dying days of the campaign either.
No, that'd be a polite way of putting it. Cases where he wasn't really made available to the media at all in the last couple of days, a couple of public events. He was accused, his opponents accused the Liberals of hiding their leader in the last week of the campaign. The Conservatives put out a press release noting that the president of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party had issued a rah-rah to the troops and didn't mention Ian Rankin's name. So it was focused by the Conservatives, and of course the New Democrats accused the Liberals of, or suggested that they would cut $200 million. So.
All right. Yeah, lots of criticisms about the way the Liberals ran their campaign. We'll see how that plays out tonight. But let's get to those ridings where this story is unfolding as we speak tonight. We're going to begin in Cape Breton in Glace Bay Dominion.
So, John, you were watching, Chris.
So John White ran last time for the Conservatives, and I'm not quite sure he ever stopped running. Interesting as well there, he is a member of the NSTU union. So if you think that the union people are afraid of joining the Progressive Conservative Party, that would give lie to that. He's a good teachers union man in Glace Bay Dominion. Interesting to see how that ends. In Dartmouth North, well, very early on, an incumbent Liberal seat, incumbent New Democrat seat that voted Liberal in 2019. Certainly the New Democrats would hope that Susan LeBlanc can hold on to that seat. Again, early on, we'll have to see if Sam Cooley can carry that out. Ben Jessom.
That's close.
Dead tie.
Not much to report there. Just one of 33 polls, in fact, reporting in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
And he is looking for his third victory.
But now we see the PCs in double digits.
They are in PCs, are in double digit. They've jumped ahead, and so that's, early on, of course, just 31 seats still to come. So plenty of questions about how all this will play out to this point. But we see the NDP there. They are ticking up to 4 seats. This is a campaign. A lot of people are wondering about what kind of growth there could be for the NDP party, not just in Metro Halifax, but beyond. Let's go to the NDP headquarters right now and see who Taryn has there talking about politics tonight. Taryn.
Hi, Tom. I'm here with NDP Party President Carol Ferguson. Ms. Ferguson, I'd like to talk a little bit about your leader, Gary Burrell, who, as you know, is the only main party leader who is going into his second election tonight, with Tim Houston and Ian Rankin going in for the first time as party leaders. What do you think that position means for your party? Is it a benefit that you have someone with the experience of a general election under their belt, or is it a liability since people may be wondering why he couldn't make up the gap the first time?
Well, I think that it's a positive for us, because what I saw in this campaign was Gary really get comfortable in that role and really connect to people. I think going out and talking to people is something that he is very good at, listening to what they had to say. And he was able to do that in this campaign, bring those problems, those issues, those ideas forward, and help bring them into the public domain and have a debate and discussion about them. And so I think he really grew into feeling like the leader of the NDP in this campaign and did a great job. I'm really, really pleased with it.
And what are the issues that you think resonated with people in this campaign?
Well, housing and health care. I mean, when Gary was on the door and when our candidates were on the door, those were the issues that people were talking about. Rent control, we've put it on the table. There's so many Nova Scotians who are afraid of what's going to happen. They can't control the rent increases that they might be facing, and we know their wages aren't going to go up to match them. So that sense of housing insecurity is huge. And I'm really proud of the way we brought that into the public domain and made it an issue and compelled the other party leaders to talk about it and to put forward what they were going to do.
It's interesting you bring that up because just in the last couple of days of the campaign, Liberal leader Ian Rankin changed his position on rent control a little bit, saying that, in fact, they would not cut off the rent cap with the state of emergency, but they may extend it for a period of years until there's more supply on the market. What did you make in that last-minute switch that we saw from the Liberals?
I think it was a measure of how it was resounding with the electorate. I'm sure he was hearing from people that this is an issue and that they want a solution to it. And for us, permanent rent control is what we offered, and we'll see what people have to say about that.
And now finally, I mean, this evening the results are still very early and rolling in, so it's hard to make any predictions, but what would be a win in your books for the New Democrats?
Well, of course, we always want to add members to our caucus. It would make the caucus stronger. It would give more voices in the legislature, enable us to do more on behalf of the people who want something better. But right now, I feel like the campaign has been a success. Like, we've had enormous success in recruiting young, diverse, exciting candidates, and I'm so proud of the job that they did, that they've been brought into the public arena. We have a whole host of new volunteers who are engaged in the political process, and we were able to bring issues that ordinary Nova Scotians care about and get some discussion on them in the public domain, and I think that is a win for us.
Thanks very much, Ms. Ferguson. Send it back to you in the station, Tom.
All right, thank you very much, Taryn, with the NDP tonight. And while Taryn was reporting there from the NDP camp, their numbers did not go up. They stayed at the 4, but boy, the PCs have really started to come out in front here, leading or projected elected in 16 seats, leading, I guess, at this point. But caution, folks, there are still only about 4,000 votes in the system, so still very early on here.
But we do have results from right across the province, so it gives us a little sense of maybe where we're headed. Let's have a look at the big picture. There's the share of the vote. Wow, the PC's at 52%. You can see that 39.2% for majority. Now, no government has ever formed a majority with less than that. That bar was set by Premier John Hamm. But right now, the PCs are well over that. A little caveat, though, a couple of the seats in southwest Nova Scotia are deeply blue, and it's heavily weighted towards them, some 80% of the vote down there. So that could be skewing the numbers a bit. But right now, if you're in the Tory camp, these numbers are making you happy, especially when you see that jump up to 18 across the board. So let's have a look at the possible seat change as well. We can pull that board up. All right, PC's up 5. They need 8 to form a majority. The Liberals could lose 2 and still hang on. What do you make of all those numbers?
So far, it's an astonishing night for the Houston PCs. There's likely some nails bitten down to the quick in the Liberal war room. But to Tom's point earlier, you have 4,000-ish votes, 1% or so of what we'd expect to be the final vote tally. It is extremely early. This is going to be an edge-of-the-seat election. I don't expect that 52-30 in terms of the popular vote will be the end result. I feel as though it'll be a lot closer than that. Because you're right, that vote efficiency, where some of those extremely high plurality ridings for any of the incumbents, irrespective, again, for Gary Burrell to win Shabukto with a huge margin, for Tim Houston to win by a huge margin, for Colton LeBlanc to win by a huge margin, for Ian Rankin to win by a huge margin, are going to skew those numbers. And if we're seeing those ballots being counted early in some of those skewed ridings, they could very well explain where we are tonight. But as a trend, 18-10-4 is a dream come true for the Tory war room.
Yeah, it's going to be nerve-wracking for the Liberal war room as well.
Yes, absolutely it will be. This is This is not yet a done deal, but if roughly 30, 31, 32% is where they end up, it's a rebuke of the Rankin government.
But as we saw in 2017, a lot can change through the course of the night. When those big dumps of votes come in, it does change the water on the beach.
To say the least. And worth noting here that the NDP have about 15% of the votes, so they're looking to make some improvements through the evening there as well. Paul, we knew that going into this election, if the PCs were going to be successful, they were going to have to take out some Liberal incumbents. Let's have a look at how they're doing in that regard here in different parts of the province, beginning in Antigonish, which we talked about earlier was a big one for the PCs.
Right. Well, again, early on, an 81-vote lead for Michelle Thompson, who is a nursing home operator, administrator. There, the thought was that if the other two, the New Democrat and Randy Delory, the incumbent, would split the vote, she could come up the middle right there. That's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives very, very early on.
PC's up to 20 on the board there now and gaining ground.
So Greg Morrow, the news director at the Hawk in Port Hawkesbury, the radio station there, with a slight lead on Lloyd Hines, who won last time by 71 votes. So, you know, he's used to close races. This won't faze him, but it's heading to where the progressive Conservatives would like to see. And here we go. We're still back in Lunenburg, where, again, this is an incumbent Liberal Cabinet Minister, Suzanne Lonas-Croft. Again, no change from where we last saw it. Susan Corkum-Greek carrying the hopes for the progressive Conservatives in Lunenburg.
Still only one poll reporting there in Lunenburg. All right, Amy, PC's up to 20 now on the board, more than doubling their lead over the Liberals. But again, as we say, only a few thousand votes in the system, so it's early on.
But they still got to be thinking they're edging closer to their goal. And of course, the goal is a majority government. Let's see what kind of path it would take to get them there. All right, leading and elected in 20, but then there are 6 PC incumbent ridings yet to report. Those are the ones who voted Tory last time. Then there's that gap of 2 that would need them to that they would need to get over to 28, that magic number for majority.
We're seeing a lot of surprises in early going. You know, we talked about Antigonish, which is an incumbent cabinet minister. Randy Delory was a potential premier. He was a leadership candidate. You know, was certainly had the backing of some some well-known, some influential Liberals in that race. That one was expected, I think, and still is expected, of course, to be quite tight. It's still early going, but you're seeing a lot of surprise ridings that were in sort of the optimistic Tory column. Ridings, again, like Antigonish, like Kings West, Annapolis currently, Glace Bay Dominion, King South, Digby Annapolis,
look at the
that are
board
starting
now,
to trend.
22.
It is, yeah, it is perilously close. And we're still holding roughly that percentage that we talked about before of the popular vote, just shy of 50% to 30% currently. So again, every minute that goes by where those percentages, 50s and 30s, hold, it's showing us a trend line that you know, change could very well be in the air.
The numbers are also showing in seats you would expect them to win. So, you know, you talk about the amounts that are being racked up by the safe seats. Argyll, he's up by over 600 votes right now. Pictou West, 261. Queens Maslin is up by over 300 votes right now. So they are piling it on in places where you would expect it. It's the sort of the Annapolis Digby's of the world, or that Digby seat where the Liberals were worried that they could lose that for all sorts of different reasons. A surge by the progressive Conservatives, and maybe some anger, you know, by the fishing community. They're upset about the way that the moderate livelihood lobster fishery has rolled out down there. So there's all sorts of things hovering over the Liberals in these kind of ridings.
Yeah. And 22 rather for the PCs, inching closer to that 28 number. 22 is a big number, particularly early on for the PCs, so they have to be happy there. I want to mention, though, that there are 14 ridings where the difference is only about 100 votes. So lots of counting still to go, and that board could change a lot yet tonight. But let's get you right now to Shayna Luck back in the newsroom. She's been reaching out to some Nova Scotians tonight. Shayna, who do you have now?
Well, Tom, I have on the line with me Cynthia Dorrington. She's joining me by Zoom, and she is the VP of a small consulting firm. She is also the first Black chair of the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, as you've been saying. It has escaped nobody's attention that this election is being held in the middle of a pandemic, which has really hit businesses hard. Cynthia, I'm wondering, how satisfied are you with what you heard from the parties about their strategies to support business?
I think right now, the strategies, although all out there as it relates to on paper, it's the execution of that that's going to be the big concern as we move forward. It's going to be important that what they do is they talk to the businesses and really engage with small business owners and entrepreneurs. And also with the rebound of businesses, ensuring that we have diverse businesses and we're dealing with diversity as it relates, because with COVID and the impact it's had on the diverse business owners, it has had a massive impact, and we have to be aware of that. But also they talked about employment and getting more employees in and increasing the employment base. We have to make sure that we're looking at people of color, our Indigenous population, Black population, and also at the same time, understanding where they're at and what they need from a skill set perspective, because there are some that are talking about skill development and enhancements for skills.
Cynthia, and you talked about a diverse and inclusive economic strategy. What kind of strategies would that look like? What kind of examples would you be looking to see from the next government?
I think they have to find out what areas of the economy where you can build diverse economic inclusion. And it's really around inclusive procurement, making sure that our supply chain is inclusive of all. It's also making sure that you have strong businesses there as well. So if they need some sort of backing or support, capacity building, institutional strengthening, we have to understand where the gaps are, and we have to identify those gaps and deal with them as we move forward in order to build a better and stronger economy. And we want the economy to be reflective of our demographic, and not a portion of, but all of the demographic, so that everybody sees themselves being in the business environment and being able to be successful in business.
Cynthia, thank you so much for your time tonight. Cynthia Dorrington, the chair of the Halifax Chamber of Commerce. Tom?
All right, Shayna, thank you very much for that. And as we look at the scoreboard there, the PCs remain pretty comfortable there in that 22-23 mark. They've been there for much of the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. And we have our first elects in the province tonight, projected elected in the riding of Argyle-Powell, Colton LeBlanc.
That didn't take long, did it?
No.
So the paramedic is driving himself back to Halifax when this thing is over.
And we've got another check mark on the board as well. Let's have a look at the next riding where we... actually, we're not going to have that board come up, but
I can tell you,
you have it there on your computer.
It's Kim Masland winning in Queens quite handily. So we don't know whether or not the Liberals are going to reel the Progressive Conservatives back. I mean, we saw this happen in 2017, where the votes came in first for the Progressive Conservatives. They jumped out into a lead, and then the Liberals very slowly,
extremely slowly,
reeled them back in, and then eventually broke their hearts at the end with the majority government.
The advanced ballots could be haunting the PCs tonight. You never know how that's going to go. That's what helped the Liberals last time around.
But, you know, early on, as Chris points out, the vote share, although there's only, 10,000, a little over 10,000 votes in the system, it's certainly a result that would be encouraging the Progressive Conservatives tonight.
Yeah, looking good for the PC so far.
Yeah, that's bigger than any poll that's ever been conducted in this province. So let's have a look, because the Tories, they're sort of shaping up to be the story of the night so far. This is how they're doing right across the province. What do you make of that, Chris?
It's an astonishing number in some of those catchments. Look at southwest Nova Scotia, up fully 29 points. That's a gargantuan number. Annapolis Valley up 14 points, and that's Premier McNeil's heartland. That has been as red can be for as long as Stephen McNeil has been Stephen McNeil. So it's not quite as good in Cape Breton. Now, you know that in the 2017 election, Cape Breton returned quite a number of progressive conservative MLAs to the legislature. So it'll be interesting to see if sort of what vote splitting does up there. If they're if the same incumbents will be returning.
But southwest Nova Scotia.
Southwest Nova Scotia, yes,
it's
off the charts. And the South Shore is an interesting one as well, up almost 6 points, principally because you have some ridings like Lunenburg and Chester St. Margaret's that the Tories have placed a lot of priority in trying to turn blue. They've been Liberal red for quite some time, the entirety of the South Shore, actually. And right now you're seeing some of those trends showing else. And I also see an independent on the board, Tom.
We do. We're the independent on the board now. We can be pretty sure that's Elizabeth Smith McCross, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But the other big number staring us in the face is that overall vote for the Progressive Conservative. That is an impressive number by any measure.
Right. Remember that number is 39.2 to form a majority. So.
And as it sits right now, it's 48%.
Yeah.
And again, to Paul's point, we have real numbers coming in now. We still don't know whether or not it's early days and nothing but the super strong progressive conservative pluralities. But nonetheless, it's looking like a reasonably good night if you're in Pictou County tonight.
Doing the math going in, did the Tories calculate this?
48%. I would say that's optimistic. I think they expected the race to be very close. They expected, roughly what we saw in the polling from even in the last 24 hours, although they weren't sure where, within that margin. Were they going to be up by 2 or 3%? Were the Liberals going to be up by 2 or 3%? And they felt quite good, actually, about their chances to form a minority, that the way, again, vote splitting would go and their support would coalesce in terms of the efficiency of their vote, that there could be something there.
Little note of caution here. It's worth pointing out to the viewers at home that we now know there are 32 ridings where the vote is within 100.
Right.
First, second place. So really very tight. But the PCs obviously votes falling in the right places for sure. They're up 25 on the board there. Let's look at some of the ridings to show where they are having success, beginning with the map, Paul, and a lot of blue on that map.
A lot of blue for now. We'll wait, right? We're not going to jump here, but it is encouraging for the Progressive Conservatives at this particular stage. There's some things there. Oh, I see that. Does that Claire down there? Well, let's see if we can take a look at a couple of these ridings where we've got races. Here we go. So in Richmond, close race there. Not as close as you would have thought.
8 of 28 polls reporting and almost a 200 lead there.
So this is a riding, the carved out protected Richmond riding for the Acadians, one that the Liberals really wanted to take. Not an encouraging sign for the Liberals here. And as we say, Digby Annapolis, the question was, are the fishermen angry? Grumpy. Jill Balzer, the daughter of former Progressive Conservative Cabinet Minister Gordon Balzer, with a very early slim lead from what we see there. Cumberland North.
That's the one lots of folks have been keeping an eye on, and look how tight that is. Just 6 votes.
And Bill Casey, let's watch and see how this goes. It's been interesting to see whether or not his legend could actually carry him over the finish line here, with Elizabeth Smith McCross playing the same role he has as the sort of the independent maverick who's looking out for the interests of people in Cumberland County. It's certainly a role that Bill played.
Many times. The PC is looking pretty good there tonight, as we say, still early on, but early signs are at least that it's looking like a positive night, to say the least there. Let's check in with the PC headquarters. Vernon Ramasar is there with the folks to see how the mood is tonight. Vernon. I hear applause. That's a good sign. Go ahead, Vernon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So, Vernon, tell us a little bit about what it's like there right now. We saw the numbers climbing on the screen, and we hear the applause. What are people saying and feeling there right now?
Well, I think jubilation. Good word so far. It's a mood of jubilation is what we're seeing here, and expect that we'll be hearing a lot more cheers. It's actually difficult to hear sometimes in my earpiece because of the cheering going on every few seconds as the results come up. Just got a huge cheer for Tim Houston when the results were shown for him. We've got Robert Batherson with us. Robert, you've been in this for a very long time, and I understand it's been a while since you actually had an election night in Pictou County. Tell me about it.
Well, that's right. 22 years ago, it was a warm, sunny night in July when working for John Ham's campaign team. I was in beautiful downtown New Glasgow for his majority win, and it's really exciting to be on a warm summer night in August in Pictou County here at the Pictou County Wellness Centre to hopefully celebrate a really good night for Tim Houston and the PC party.
Well, let's talk about that. The numbers are looking pretty rosy at this point. Do you think they'll hold?
Well, look, there are a lot of votes to be counted. Certainly we're encouraged to see the results come in as strongly as they are so far, but got to be very cautious. A lot of votes to come in, but I think what it shows is that Nova Scotians responded to a leader, the only leader in this campaign, who said, healthcare will be the #1 priority of a Premier Tim Houston PC government.
So you think it's the healthcare that really resonated with voters?
It's the #1 issue for Nova Scotians. They see, sad situations with an 86-year-old last week in the Cole Harbour area lying in a driveway with a broken hip without ambulance service. And I think for Nova Scotians, they're tired of the broken promises the last 8 years. They're tired to see the doctor shortage go up and up. And they're looking for a premier, a leader, and a team with a plan with solutions.
Robert, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
And back to you, Tom and Amy.
All right, thanks very much, Vernon. I think the smile on Rob Batherson's face may explain all you need to know.
That was ear to ear.
Right now, yeah, for sure. The PC is obviously feeling pretty good. Let's get to some of those ridings where the PCs are seeing success tonight. We're going to begin in Kings West, Paul, which is one you highlighted off the top of the broadcast.
I did. Chris Palmer making another run at it there. He had been unsuccessful against Leo Glavine, leading by 128 votes at this stage. This is strength for the Progressive Conservatives in rural mainland Nova Scotia. Colchester North, this was one where certainly was an early expectation by Progressive Conservatives that Tom Taggart, a well-known councillor in that area, and in a way a face of the community, after the Portapique tragedy. He certainly spoke eloquently on behalf of that community and what it was going through during that tragedy. 57 votes early on. Progressive Conservatives have hopes for Colchester North. And in Chester St. Margaret's, interesting riding there. It was a nail-biter, if you'll remember, in the last election that a Liberal won it in a three-way squeaker. Danielle Barkhouse, the Progressive Conservatives hope, would lead a sort of a South Shore resurgence for them and take it down there with a 35-vote lead early on. Jacob Killaway, the Liberal, next in line there, a friend of the Premier and a former Navy man. We'll see how that transpires as the evening progresses. But again, these are signs that are optimistic early on for the Progressive Conservatives.
And lots can still happen, but the PC's still resting comfortably around that 24 mark there. And we can tell you, as you can see on the board there are still 10 seats yet to report. So that could go a long way to sort of deciding things here tonight. There's no doubt about that. So right now, the things going the PC way, Amy. But the Liberals, you have to think they're thinking back to what it was like last time around and when they came from behind.
Exactly. It was a long, long night, and results came in very slowly. But it did roll their way. I'm just looking at the NDP number, too, because they're taking up a bit, and looks like they're eating the Liberals' lunch.
Yes, I mean, vote splitting is always relevant. In a three-party system, there are going to be races where, if it's a three-way race, really anything can happen. A front-runner can quickly fall victim to a candidacy that runs right up the middle. And in a number of ridings, you're going to see that happening. I think especially in the urban core in Halifax, there are a lot of three-way races that we expected. Yes, with a lot of new faces, we expected to see occur, like in Halifax, Armdale, in Fairview, Clayton Park, in Cole Harbour. And it's turning out again to be one of those edge of the seat nights. But to your point, Tom, like there are so many ridings now that are still within dozens of votes. The last time I checked, extremely popular locally. Rankin Cabinet Minister, the Honourable Zach Churchill in Yarmouth, was ahead by a single vote, and he got 70-something% in the last several elections.
Yeah, and the PCs have been outpacing the Liberals by about a rate of 2-1 here for most of the last 15 or 20 minutes or so, and now they're ticking up even beyond that.
They're one away from majority territory.
They are very close to it. 28 seats for that majority in this province, and the PC's really close to that right now. And
the two more elects that are out there right now are Pat Dunn in Pictou County and Tory Rushton next door in Cumberland South. So, they're hitting the checkbox marks right there. Chris was talking, by the way, about the New Democrat strength. They're up by just 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 votes in a couple of the ridings you were talking about in Halifax, in particular Fairview and Bedford South. No real difference there. The one that's caught my eye, of course, is again Zach Churchill. If he's in trouble, they're in trouble.
No question.
I mean, he had the highest actual vote turnout for Liberals in the last election. It was 68%. He may not have gotten 68% this time, but I don't think anyone expected him to be in a horse race this early on.
No, and we'll check in again throughout the evening on that. Worth noting as well, there are 14 ridings now where there are 10 votes deciding between first and second place. So you have to think that the Liberals, who are now solidly in second place, as the PCs now pop up to 30 for the first time tonight, you have to think that the Liberals are hoping that a lot of those really close ridings are in the end going to come to them.
That's
Let's
a lot
check
of
in.
flipping,
That's a lot of ground to have to make up for sure, and I dare say the Liberals are not too happy where Jean Laroche is tonight at the Halifax Convention Centre for the Liberals election night headquarters. Jean, what's the mood there?
Well, the mood, there aren't a whole lot of people here yet, so I can't say that the mood is buoyant or worried or whatever, because there just aren't enough people here to really kind of take the temperature. But I do have somebody here who will be instantly recognizable to most Nova Scotians, and that is former Deputy Premier Diana Wayland, who was obviously Stephen McNeil's right-hand person.
I was proud to be his deputy premier, yes.
And Diana, what are you thinking as you watch these numbers come in?
Well, my feeling right now is it's really preliminary, and often the first few polls that come in can, go one way or the other and appear to be setting a trend, but it's too early to tell. And I've experienced that myself.
And is it easier or harder to watch this when you're not in the race?
Well, maybe a little easier, but I feel invested because I've gone out with different candidates, and as you know, I was an early supporter of Ian Rankin and his leadership bid, and I have a lot of confidence in him. In fact, you were one of his first supporters and a kind of a star supporter. How do you think he did in this campaign? I think he's done well. There are certain issues I might have brought out sooner than he did, but there's always 20/20 in hindsight. But I think the platform was really good, very solid, comprehensive. I think he's got the experience and he showed it. And he ran a front-runners campaign, and I hope that will work. Was that too careful in terms of running as a front-runner? You try to protect a goal if you're a hockey team, and sometimes that doesn't go so well. Yeah, it's hard to say, but I think that's what he had to do. He had a strong platform, a strong position. He had the experience, and he had to sort of hold that ground. And it's different when you're coming from the sidelines, in a sense. When you're coming from opposition, you have a different approach. One of the things, one of the portfolios you held was Minister of Finance. Can I ask you what you think of the PC plan to spend a lot of money up front on healthcare? I felt it was really wrong-headed. I mean, it's not the first time that a campaign's been run with the idea of a big investment in healthcare, and this will make all the difference. Money alone is not going to do it. It has to be about more innovative thinking, about redeploying our resources differently, and I'm thinking of our human resources that are making up the healthcare system and providing the services. There's better ways to organize, and I think that's what's required. And I think the Liberals have done a tremendous job in making some really hard decisions around infrastructure, hospitals, and where we provide these services. We know it was a tough decision in Cape Breton, but a huge investment in new hospital, facilities in order to change the use of community hospitals. Diana Wayland, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming up. Thanks, my pleasure. That's Diana Wayland, the former Deputy Premier under Stephen McNeil, who was one of maybe a couple of dozen Liberals who are here at the Halifax Convention Centre to watch the returns.
Yeah, Jean, feels like kind of a small crowd there for sure, and obviously that's dampening the mood in that room, but the numbers on the board certainly are not helping either. I mean, the Liberals sitting in around those 10 seats leading or projected elected, and that's really hurting them tonight. And the PCs seem to be solidifying there, but we're going to see how that goes.
That's a lot of blue. They popped up to 30 at one point, down to 28 again.
More orange all the time, too. The NDP just popping up to double digits for the first time tonight, so the NDP leading or projected elected in 10 ridings in this province tonight as we stand right now.
Well, let's have another look at that overall share of the vote, see how that's breaking down again. There you go, Chris, 46.5, and as we see in that big number in gray, that is what is historically needed to form a majority in this province. What do you make of that number?
That's still a very big number. And again, it isn't quite the 50-51 that we were talking about. And we would say incrementally as the count is happening, that plurality is shrinking a hint. But it's an awfully big shell. 14 points would be just a colossal victory if that's even in the neighborhood of where it ends up. There's been a historic number that we've talked about a few times tonight. 39.2% is the lowest that any majority elected government has achieved. and they're, fully 7 percentage points ahead of that now.
What do you make of the orange there, the NDP 17.7?
Well, what's really interesting about that, I think, is voter efficiency. Again, to Paul's point I made earlier, some of those are in very, call them non-traditional ridings, perhaps that their war room wasn't quite expecting, except in the most optimistic of scenarios. But let's assume that it ends up with a double-digit number right there at 17.7%, which is very, very low. Their efficiency extremely high, roughly half of the Liberal vote total, and roughly the same amount of seats. So they've done a tremendous job in getting their people out and focusing on the ridings where they had a good chance to win. Right.
Yeah, the NDP seem to know where the votes are for sure.
All right, now here's the seat change map. PC's up 9. Liberals down 16. The reason we're not calling this right now, though, of course, there are several seats, quite a few seats that are so close to call, early days right now. So this is not set in stone by any means, but this snapshot right now should be making Tim Houston pretty happy.
There's no question. It is likely a very, very good night in the Pictou County Wellness Centre tonight. Probably a little early to be popping corks, as you said, because so many ridings, including a few progressive conservative incumbents, aren't yet in the win column and or aren't yet ahead. So perhaps there's some measured optimism. However, I know in speaking with the Tory War Room earlier today, they were questioning their own math because it looked really good. They felt it looked really good, and they questioned perhaps whether their algorithms were accurate, whether their math was accurate. But it looks like the campaign that's been run so far is putting the X's in the boxes where they really needed them put.
I just want to interrupt here for a quick moment, folks, because the CBC Decision Desk is prepared to make a projection about who will form the next government of Nova Scotia. And it will be, in fact, a PC government. 15 years in the political wilderness, and Tim Houston is going to be going to Province House, leading a progressive conservative government, Paul.
Good heavens, the Conservatives are back in for the first time in 15 years. Out of the wilderness, we don't know yet whether he's going to push it over that 27 number.
Fist pumping there for sure.
So there should be.
Yeah, that's a really, as we were saying leading up to this, a pretty incredible night for the PCs, who were accredited for having run a very strong campaign. And it looks like it paid off.
Yeah, you can see the jubilation there. I know it's early, but they are seeing a trend, of course, Chris. We've declared at least forming government.
There's no question. It's an exciting night for the progressive conservatives. Whether that extra seat or 2 or 3 can come along to give them not only a majority, but perhaps a bit of a cushion, we'll see. Because, again, we're looking at so many ridings that are nail-bite close. But nonetheless, this is a really, really good night if you're in Tim Houston's camp.
And the Liberals tried to do the back-to-back majorities.
Well, that's right.
It's a hard streak.
Yes, it's been 15 years since this studio has been illuminated Tory blue with the announcement of a government. It's been quite some time since there's been a progressive conservative government in Nova Scotia, and we're seeing that now in one form or another.
And the pandemic gamble, that didn't pay off this time. It paid off for other governments during COVID crisis. That's
an interesting point. So in every provincial election that's taken place in the COVID era, the government has been rewarded with an increased standing. Majority governments have been rewarded with larger majority governments. Minority governments have been rewarded with majorities. And most recently, in a very similar circumstance in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, now Premier Andrew Furey won an internal contest during a Liberal mandate, replacing a Liberal Premier who had retired in the middle of COVID, called an election in a minority standing and was rewarded with a majority. And now you're seeing the gamble, the absolute antithesis of that outcome.
Well, let's see how they are feeling at the Pictou election night headquarters. I'm thinking Vernon Ramasar, they're feeling well at the Pictou Wellness Centre tonight.
Yeah, well, Tom, there were scenes of absolute ecstasy, jubilation and celebration here a few moments ago. The crowd had been tasting victory for much of the evening so far, and then they realized that they had done it and that I guess healthcare had really struck the chord that they had hoped it would. People were running up to each other, hugging each other. There were celebratory drinks. People were they were divided before because of COVID into widely spaced groups. the spaces became a lot smaller and people started hugging, jumping up and down and holding each other. It was really a scene of celebration. And obviously, whatever strategies that they used have paid off. And there will be a lot more for them to discuss as the evening rolls on. But I guess people are now waiting to just see exactly how much of a victory it was.
All right, Vernon, thank you very much. Things, going the PC way tonight for sure in not just Pictou County, but really around this province, Paul. As you look at that map, I'm trying to think the last time, well, I guess it was 15 years ago, there was that much blue on the Nova Scotia map.
It was more reminiscent, actually, of Ham in 1999 when he won a really convincing majority. Noticing that we haven't seen Inverness come in yet, and you would expect that would be another checkmark for the Progressive Conservatives. But, they won where they had to win. They took them away from the Liberals. Let's take a look at some of the ridings where that happened in Nova Scotia. And of course, here's my favorite. This is the bellwether riding of Eastern Shore, which has successfully elected a member of the government side since 1970. Let that sink in.
That in itself is pretty incredible that Eastern Shore has been that bang on for so many years.
It is uncanny.
Because Dartmouth East is really something I was going to...
Yeah, I mean, I think that the win in Eastern Shore, this once again confirms their status as the bellwether riding, taking it away from an incumbent Liberal. And we go to our next one, Tom. This is Richmond now really pulling away from Matt Haley of the Liberals. This is the chiropractor that was recruited. They had great hopes for this fellow. They put in a pretty good campaign manager in Richmond, and it seems to be paying off tonight in a big way for the Progressive Conservatives. Here we go, Kings West. We were watching this up by 112 votes now for Chris Palmer, the financial analyst and advisor in the Valley, making another attempt at this riding, considerably more successful tonight here. Part of the blue wave that's going on. We mentioned Annie Ganesh early on as one to watch. This was one that the Liberals hoped Randy Delory would be the dam that stopped any sweep around there. Right now, it looks as if Michelle Thompson is taking that seat, at least a comfortable 184 vote lead at this stage. So this is the PC game plan. Take from the Liberals everywhere, and that's exactly what they're doing. And in some places, it's just huge areas where they're winning.
The other interesting number on that board is the NDP at 11, which suggests there are a lot of very close races in this province.
I know some folks at home are probably wondering, well, why aren't they saying if it's going to be a majority or a minority government? It's flipping back and forth, but this is why. Just too close to call. Some votes separated by 2 votes, 3 votes, 4 votes, 5 votes. They can flip at any minute. So,
well, and Clare would certainly on the PC board. Clare would have been seen as if they're going to be in that 28, 9, 30, 31, 2-seat range, that Clare was quite plausible. Dartmouth East is a surprise. Dartmouth East, I think, is seen inside the Tory war room as a safe hold for the Progressive Conservatives. So I frankly would be surprised if Tim Holman wasn't returned. It's still early days, and the NDP do show, like they are showing, some efficient vote turnout in a lot of urban HRM ridings, so surprises can happen. But we still have ridings like Inverness. Eastern Passage has just popped on the board, but ridings like Inverness that have yet to be called. So you put those two together, and the Tories are in that 30 range.
And look at that 28 number on the board. The PC's sitting there. They're biting their nails, trying to figure out, is this minority or majority government that they're heading back to Province House with, as we are. It's, as we pointed out just the last few minutes, too close to call in too many ridings.
Well, it's a change election, though, isn't it? We have got a changed map here. Let's take a look at, you can see that the NDP are eating the Liberals' lunches around here. Julie Melanson, this was one of 2 targeted ridings for the New Democrats on this side of the Halifax Harbour. Julie Melanson with 35-vote lead early on. We're going to have to watch this one. It was one that the New Democrats targeted on the Liberals. Fairview Clayton Park exactly next door. This one does have a Liberal incumbent in it, Patricia Arab. 109-vote lead early on at this particular stage. A good sign, certainly for the New Democrats, and a sign of weakness by the Liberal vote tonight. Another one that we're keeping an eye on. Wow. Laura Fothrop, the New Democrat, ahead by 77 votes. Steve Craig took this from the New Democrats in a by-election when Dave Wilson, the incumbent, resigned. Interesting about this particular riding, it's been held by a New Democrat since 1984, so it's been orange for a long time. Steve Craig stopped that. We'll see whether it flips back that way. Cole Harbour, a riding that we were watching and that Chris talked about at the opening of the broadcast tonight, where early on a 17-vote lead interviewed by Jerome Lagme, an immigrant who has come to Nova Scotia. Interesting riding here, not over. Obviously, we're going to have to watch and see whether that flips.
You know, the PC is holding solidly there at 29, now up to 30, and you have to begin to wonder if we're seeing a lesson here in the importance of finding an election issue that matters to people in an election campaign. If the PC's hammered on anything, it was, of course, health care. Let's talk to Shayna Luck now. She has a guest who has some thoughts on that very subject. Shayna.
Well, that's right, Tom. As we've been pointing out all night, healthcare has certainly emerged as a defining issue in this election. Over the last year, the wait list of people waiting for a family doctor, now over 70,000 people. So I'm with Dr. Aruna Dara. She is a family doctor. She has a practice in Sabaganagadi. She is also a hospitalist at Dartmouth General and the co-director of the Medical Humanities Program at Dalhousie University. Dr. Dara, hello. Doctor shortage is a major concern for many Nova Scotians. The parties have focused on telehealth or virtual care as a solution. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think COVID kind of threw us into a forced adoption of new technologies in lots of different realms. And I think virtual care is one of those realms. I think as a provider, having lots of options is really important. And when I think about patients, the thing that I'm always struck by is what are the assumptions that we have to make that folks are able to have the participate. So virtual care is the kind of intervention that I think about in terms of, is this an intervention that is available or is it accessible? And so by available, I mean, you can do it, but by accessible, I mean, is it something that is actually happening in your life? And so some of those assumptions that I was talking about earlier are things like, do you have a stable internet connection? Are you safe in your home? Do you have privacy to be able to talk to your provider? And really importantly, do you have trust in your provider? So one of the biggest issues in terms of primary care is that relationship between provider and patient. We know that is so important, and that's the kind of thing that actually makes people live longer. So you actually live longer if you have a regular relationship with someone. So virtual care can work if you're in a position where you have lots of resources available to you, but it's the kind of thing that I think is kind of a thing we need to approach with some caution for those who don't have those resources.
So lots of talk on the campaign trail about problems that are happening right now, but in terms of how do we get ahead of those problems, what do you see in terms of solutions for preventative care?
So healthcare is one of those things where you can be a one-issue voter, you can be a one-issue person and think, I'm a healthcare kind of person, but you actually end up being an every-issue voter because things that you wouldn't expect to affect health really do affect the health of populations. So, the things that I think about when I think about what are the sort of structural things that we could do to help healthcare be better, help Nova Scotians be healthy, are things that improve equity. And we know that a more equitable population is actually a healthier population. And that's not just true of those at sort of the bottom of the distribution or the one end of the distribution. That's true of everybody. So when we have, lower inequity in income or in education or in gender issues, we know that everybody gets healthier. It means that the minimum standards that we're willing to accept in society just get raised. And so everybody is better off.
Dr. Dara, thank you so much for joining us virtually to talk about virtual care. Dr. Aruna Dara, a family practice doctor with a practice in Sabaganagadi. Tom?
All right, Shayna, thank you very much for that. So much to talk about on the scoreboard here right now. Okay, first of all, the PCs, that is just a wicked number that I'm not sure that too many PCs were thinking maybe they were dreaming about it, and in reality, they maybe didn't think they would be at 31 at this point of the evening. But that is incredible in itself. Still, 4 of those PC seats, less than 34 votes, separating them from second place. So some of those ridings obviously very, very close. But the other number that I find interesting on that board, Paul, is the NDP, up to 9 leading and projected elected. And that's a surprising night for the NDP, wouldn't you think?
Well, it would be. And if you look at it, it speaks to just how efficient the New Democrat vote is. I mean, let's go, though.
Yeah.
Let's stop.
The other big talker on the board, the one independent who is not just hanging on, cleaning up right now.
This certainly was not what was expected when this started, certainly not by Bill Casey, who had the Premier with him for much of Friday, trying to shore that up. McCrossan, 528 votes. Last time we had an independent elected in Nova Scotia was 1988, and it was from the Ram of Whitney Peer. Paul McEwen himself was the last independent. That was 1988, 33 years ago. Smith McCrossan with a comfortable lead at this stage. So back to the point about the New Democrats, they're remarkably efficient. I mean, we were looking at what's the number there? 18% with 9 seats at this stage, but these are leading only. But this is certainly an encouraging sign. This would be a sign that they are eating the lunch of the Liberals at this stage. Now they're so close in a number of these ridings early on. Dartmouth East 2 votes, Dartmouth South by 4, Halifax Shubuckto. Still, we're not hearing from those yet, but this is an encouraging sign for the Democrats.
This is what the party is hoping for, to add more members. They knew they weren't coming close to government, but they wanted to grow their base.
It's also feeling like a night like Nova Scotians are saying we've had enough of the Liberal Party. At least for a while, if you look at the numbers here, and I mean, there's no way that a Liberal can look at that number and say that is an acceptable response tonight, although they are getting 33% of the vote. But let's look at some of these ridings where this is all unfolding here tonight. And there, the Yarmouth riding. Now, we talked about Zach Churchill being a pretty safe Liberal, but man, he is in a dogfight there right now.
Yeah, this would be the nightmare scenario unfolding for the Liberals if Zach Churchill should lose there. And you have to wonder whether or not this is not the fishermen speaking there, angry at Liberals. Any Liberal would do. Maybe concerned about health care as well. I mean, that was a relentlessly delivered message by Tim Houston. If that holds, that would be a surprise. Let's see if it actually does hold throughout the evening. Zach Churchill in second place, certainly not anything that anyone would have expected at this stage of the evening. Digby Annapolis, Jill Balser.
Digby Balser is probably fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way
tomorrow morning it'll be Digby Balser, it looks like,
Well, the Liberals were somewhat concerned that McAlpine, a popular warden in the county there, could suffer somewhat. They wondered what that vote would do. Approaching a 300-vote lead for Jill Balser, that's a pretty encouraging sign. That's why we're seeing that PC column at the bottom at 30 at this particular stage, looking comfortable. Suzanne Corkum-Greek is still just a 55-vote lead with Suzanne Lonis-Croft inching up right there. That's one of those ones where we'll be watching whether or not a vote split with a strong New Democrat candidate could actually help the Conservatives. This would be a case there. They had eyes for this one. And Guysborough-Tracadie, the lead now up to 659.
Pulling away there.
Yeah, for the news director who might be trading in the microphone for Province House.
Yeah, so that's kind of how we're seeing things play out in those ridings. Let's go down to the. Now, this is interesting. The South Shore. We knew the PCs were going to have to take some seats on the South Shore.
Well, they're running the South Shore right now. They're taking everything. Becky Drouin was not the one that the Progressive Conservatives expected to win. They thought Susan Corkum-Greek was the one who would take the Lunenburg seat there. With a 200-vote lead, this would be interesting. There is no Liberal incumbent in that particular riding. Not that. That seems to matter a whole lot tonight as the wave sort of rolls in. Here we go Hants West. So we were going to watch this one. This was the one where it had been a Progressive Conservative seat for a long time. Chuck Porter won it as a Progressive Conservative, jumped across the floor, won it as a Liberal, and became the first Liberal to win in that riding since 1974. So it's got a pretty blue heritage up there. We'll see whether or not that holds, but this is what we're seeing across the province where the Conservatives, the Progressive Conservatives, are showing real strength from stem to stern.
Yeah, a PC minority government is what has been projected, but still too close to go beyond that at this point.
It sure is. We have to remind people that there are races that are super, super tight. Let's have a look at some of them. Yeah, one vote. 2 votes. So these could flip back and forth with just a handful of counting.
You've literally got 6 ridings there that will dramatically change the board. They'll increase the PC plurality. They could knock them off of majority status. They could take the NDP back down to erase some of the gains that we're seeing on the board right now. When you compare that to the share of the vote, it's still quite newsworthy to see so many close races, and we're well into the count now.
Halifax-Chebucto.
That's right. We have 100 Halifax-Chebucto. Now, to be fair, the Liberals ran a very strong candidate against Gary Burrell. Put up, if you're driving around Halifax-Chebucto, where humorously this studio is, by happenstance, there are an awful lot of Liberal red signs about, not that signs vote, but nonetheless, she is probably bucking the provincial trend a little bit.
Considering what a good night the NDP are having, it's interesting to see their leader is still in a dogfight.
That's right. Yeah, there's a multitude of surprises. So
before we elect Jackie in Halifax-Chebucto, there is only 46 votes that have been counted in that riding. So we're pretty early on. I'm not sure Gary Burrell was doing this yet.
Okay, we'll see how that one plays out. Of course, one of the many ridings we'll be keeping an eye on as we move through the evening. But boy, this is shaping up to be a pretty astounding night for the PCs. You can't deny that. And Brett Ruskin's keeping an eye on social media, where I suspect things are being lit up a little bit there, Brett.
A little bit, and a little bit divided on both sides, Tom, indeed. So we'll get back to the results in just a moment. I just want to give you a quick glimpse of what's happening on social media right now. Just a few tweets, just a random sampling, basically, of what I've found so far. Nova Scotia, what have you done? Premier Tim Houston, you love to see it. Also showing, wow, PC government in Nova Scotia, this is the biggest upset I've seen in all of my time of elections. What the heck have you done, Nova Scotia? So depressing. And finally, it's no joke, Nova Scotia is turning blue. This is amazing. So as you can see, there isn't much middle ground there between various factions on Twitter and their quick response to these results as they come in.
All right, Brett, thank you very much for that. Take a look at that scoreboard right there. The PC still sitting pretty comfortably around that 28, still too close to say whether it's going to be a majority government or not, but that is the number they want to be at and stay at tonight if they are to form a majority government. But we know they're going back to Province House as a minority government, and that's really quite something when you think about this election being held in a pandemic, and you look at what's happened in other parts of this country where parties decided to go to the polls during the pandemic.
Yeah, well, we don't know majority or minority yet for the Tories, but it definitely did buck that trend, as we were saying earlier. And, a couple of gambles, the Sleepy Summer campaign, that people would be at the cottage and not paying attention. This kind of proves that campaigns do matter. People were engaged. Lots of people went out early and voted.
I think you're right, Amy. Again, the numbers have been quite impressive that Elections Nova Scotia's sort of facilitated. A lot of Nova Scotians have cast their ballot, and I feel intuitively like we're going to see an increase in the voter turnout than we would have seen from the last election. Too early to say that too, of course, but nonetheless, it's very, very interesting. And the pandemic-era election is also pertinent because I think it's proof now that we may be coming out of it politically, that issues, again, matter. It's not just COVID. We've all been very appropriately focused on COVID for the last year and a half. Every government has been on keeping us safe and getting us vaccinated. Now, we're just there. We're right at the cusp of being able to see the other edge of that COVID precipice. And the Rankin Liberals have run a campaign basically saying, don't change a horse in midstream. Keep up the fight against COVID. Paul had made a good point about the Progressive Conservatives and the New Democrats running negative ads. It's not really a negative ad per se that the Liberals have done, but they were, trying to say you need to continue to be afraid of COVID-19 and vote Liberal.
But don't you think?
And there's a bit of a scare tactic in there as well, just like negative TV ads also try to propagate.
But don't you think maybe the pandemic had people focusing on their health, on their health care, and maybe the Tories were able to tap into that You know, you're thinking about your own well-being, whether you get vaccinated, whether you get sick, whether you can get a bed in the ICU if you need it.
Or an ambulance. I mean, the ambulances have become extremely topical. You know, we've even seen the paramedics union talk about how some of the challenges that they face, about you know, how they operate, the response times, especially in rural Nova Scotia. At least that's been the historic narrative. Yet we had an 86-year-old gentleman in Dartmouth who you could hit a golf ball to the Dartmouth General Hospital from where he lives, and he laid in his driveway for 3 hours with a broken hip, waiting for an ambulance that never came, and it was a police officer that had to drive him there.
The ambulance coming from Parsborough.
That's right. So I mean, even that is what on earth happened there? Now, that's a systemic issue, but it's the kind of thing ultimately that governments are responsible for, and governments have to be held responsible for.
Okay, let's look at that scoreboard one more time. 28 leading and elected, projected elected for the PCs, 15 for the Liberals, and all the seats now in the province of Nova Scotia are reporting, and it's a pretty dismal picture for the Liberals tonight. Let's check in with Jean Laroche, who was at the Liberal election night headquarters at the Halifax Convention Centre. Jean.
Tom, we talk a lot about shock and awe. Well, how about shock and bewilderment? Because I think that's what a lot of people who have gathered here to watch the returns for the Liberals are feeling right now. In fact, Mike Mercer, the executive director of the party, was here just a moment ago looking up saying this makes no sense. We haven't started to count the early ballots. We heard that from Diana Whalen when we talked to her just a few moments ago. But I think there is clearly no joy, I guess the hope that things would turn around is starting to fade, I think, here. They had set up 120 tables for 120 people. They're maybe half full, and I don't think people are going to hang around much longer. This is not what the party expected in any way, shape, or form. So I think there's a lot of people wondering what the heck happened.
Yeah, and you're wondering if anyone else is going to show up there tonight, given the tone and the numbers on the board tonight. Thanks very much for that, Jean. He was reporting from the Liberal headquarters tonight. The NDP continue to be impressive here tonight with their 11 now down to 10, leading or projected elected in the province of Nova Scotia. And you can wonder and think about how all of that would play out for them, what kind of role they might be able to play if this maintains as a minority government for the PCs. But, Paul, let's look at some of those Cape Breton ridings to see how they are shaping up tonight and where the votes are going in that part of the province.
Let's check in. So Keith Bain with a 561 vote lead. Last time we checked in, Nadine Bernard had a slight lead. We're seeing that strength of the Progressive Conservatives up in Victoria County there. Keith Bain looks like he's on his way back to the legislature. Brian Comer, a person who won what was Alfie McLeod's seat, literally, really, in Cape Breton East, with a 260 vote lead with Liberal Heather Peters coming in second at this particular time. Again, PC's strength there, and we were waiting for Alan McMaster. Well, we waited for him long enough to see him get elected.
Yeah, he's got a check mark there now.
Yeah, that was no surprise. And so we were talking, Tom, about what's facing Ian Rankin right now. Well, what's facing Ian Rankin right now is history. He now has the right, or he now has the honor of being only the fourth Nova Scotia premier who would come to power in 1 year and out of power the same year. The last time that happened was some 70 years ago with Harold Connolly, and the other times were in the 1800s. So this history's judgment is being rained down on Ian Rankin right now.
You didn't just pull that out of your memory, did you?
It's scary.
Yeah, this is a nerd-tacular night, Tom. This is a night for nerds, and they're on full display, sort of on the right side of the table.
Yeah.
Right. Not on our end, Amy.
No.
We're too cool.
Right?
We're too cool.
We want to play with you guys sometime. All right, the PCs, 29 on the board there. Man, they have got to be in a jubilant mood. And as I say, they've been holding pretty steady there. Still too close to call in some of these ridings to say whether it's going to be a majority of government or not. But we know for sure they're headed back to Province House with a minority.
Toggling back and forth,
they are
still.
Indeed. All the seats reporting in Nova Scotia tonight. So we're certainly getting a pretty clear picture of how this is shaping up tonight. But let's have a look at how the leaders are doing throughout this province and this race tonight.
Ian Rankin looks like he's on his way back to Province House. Not the way he left it.
On the other side of the benches.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And here we go. Yeah. 374 votes. We're still waiting for that.
That's
I don't know how much longer
fold.
we're going to have to wait for Tim Houston.
They're enjoying it up there. They're savoring every poll.
Bring them in slow, one
yeah.
poll at a time. And finally, we were talking.
So, but two of 37 polls.
How do you explain that?
How
can only 2 of 37 be reporting
one really
at this
good
point?
poll has come in. I think that's the easiest explanation.
Yep.
That one will grow.
Yeah, we shall watch that one for sure. But there you have the numbers on the board. No matter how you slice it, this has been a pretty impressive night for the PCs.
It sure has, and a bad night for the Liberals. Ian Rankin must be feeling pretty low right now.
A colossally bad night, arguably as bad as it could have gone. I doubt that the Liberal war room even had as a scenario that a progressive Conservative majority government was on the table. Clearly, because this government, the Liberal government, was able to dictate the timing of the election. As you know, Amy, this is the last jurisdiction in the country where the Premier can choose when the election date happens to be. There is no fixed election date in Nova Scotia, where, again, there is everywhere else.
Well, let's talk about that, because you wonder whether the electorate may be, spanking the Liberals a little bit for having done just that, called a summer election, when people maybe have wondered, did we really need an election?
One of the questions that I guess that the Liberals will be asking themselves as they read the tea leaves here is, should they have waited until after Justin Trudeau went? And maybe there might have been some momentum. Now, that's anticipating how the federal election will turn out, but we know that they're looking strong in the Atlantic Canada right now. One wonders if there had been a federal Liberal government returned and then Rankin went, if it went any better. Maybe not if they ran the same kind of campaign and they didn't have a better answer to the attacks on health care. But that was an option that they had and that they chose not to follow.
Okay, hindsight is 20/20, but of course, they're having those discussions now. Let's get to another elect here for this campaign, and of course,
that took a while.
Yeah, that was as we were speaking earlier, Tim Houston would be a safe vote there in Pictou East, and turns out he's got the check mark tonight, Paul.
The 12th Progressive Conservative to be declared elected tonight. So Mr. Houston, I think, should be embarrassed by the fact that it took so long.
Another
he got
premier,
around to it.
Another premier from Pictou County.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they like their Conservative premiers, so the Progressive Conservatives, and that's one point he made very clear in this campaign was. He's not part of the larger federal Conservative Party. He's a PC, and I noticed even during the debate, no blue tie, a purple tie. So,
don't let my blue tie fool you. That is very true. And now, conservatives and progressive conservatives in this side of the country, are quite proud of their progressive conservative roots. When the Progressive Conservative, the Reform Party, Canadian Alliance, et cetera, came together and formed the Conservative Party, critical mass of Nova Scotians in the party were sort of progressive conservatives and quite proud of it, fighting a bit of an uphill battle at some points with their federal cousins in endeavoring to sort of move some of those social progressive agenda forward. A little bit more of a brick wall there. And Tim Houston, I think has really gone out of his way to say, I am a social progressive. Might be a fiscal conservative, but I am a social progressive. And wanted to make it clear, that there was no big, scary Stephen Harper boogeyman sort of in the offing.
Yeah. We didn't see Aaron O'Toole down here campaigning for Tim Houston.
No. To be fair, you didn't see extremely popular Prime Minister Justin Trudeau down here either. So I think that's relative. And Aaron does have roots, in this part of the country. Of course, the only reason we're here is that it's day 3 of the federal election. I mean, that's clearly what brought us all together today. But Paul makes a very, very interesting point.
Obviously, just before we continue that discussion, the PC is obviously the big story tonight. But another big storyline has got to be the NDP. When you look at them, there are 9 seats leading or projected elected in this province tonight. And I think a lot of people during the election campaign were wondering whether Gary Burrell could grow the party, because he is, after all, the NDP leader who brought the party back to its more traditional roots, and there's wondering how much appeal there would be for that tonight. But Paul, you look at that number there on the board for the NDP right now, and I should think that they're happy with that. Well,
if 20% of the vote gives them 9 seats, they should be remarkably happy, and even more so because right now they're not looking like the rump. Which is certainly what they have been. Taryn made the point that they were a long way from the glory days of 2009 rather, when Darrell Dexter led them to a majority government in this province. As our friend, the late Jane Purvis said, aliens didn't come from outer space and take over the planet when the New Democrats won.
She had a way with words.
She did have a way with words, but they built it. They built it as a centrist, non-scary, non-socialist party, and that tide ebbed somewhat and they fell back to a rump status, and they were looking more left-wing, if I could put it that way, under Gary Burrell.
Well, let's have a look at how it's breaking down tonight, the overall summary of how the NDP are faring across the province. As you said, 20.4 overall. Halifax Regional Municipality app, so that was one of their better showings for sure, which is to be expected.
It is, and there's a modest uptick in the Valley, a modest uptick in Cape Breton, and you'd assume that it's CBRM, likely the urban core in Cape Breton, that is sort of driving, but they're down everywhere else.
So
some pretty big drops, right, in the South Shore and Southwest Nova Scotia. Their overall their percentage is pretty low by comparison, which would normally mean it's going to be a bad night. But again, we're seeing a tremendous efficiency of vote with 10 seats currently on the tally. A few question marks in there, but some very interesting, including urban targets in HRM that the NDP were spending an awful lot of time with and had very high hopes with, looking at Halifax Armdale, looking at Fairview Clayton Park. Again, they haven't got to a point yet where they've put them in the win column. They're pulling way ahead, but currently on their tally of 10, they're ahead in those ridings. Ridings that
where they started.
Yes, they were really optimistic about.
All right, we've been figuring the NDP must be happy with these results, but let's check in with Taryn Grant, who's covering the NDP tonight at their election night headquarters, to see exactly how they are feeling. Taryn.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the NDP must be feeling happy, and there certainly have been some cheers erupting in the room here as some of the results from polls have been coming in for their incumbents and some of their candidates that they're hoping will soon be projected as winners for the evening. But the overall results for this party are still really to be determined. We know for sure that it's a good night for the Tories. It's not a great night for the Liberals, but what Gary Burrell will have to say when he arrives here later tonight is still a question mark. So, people are still really on tenterhooks waiting to find out what the story will be for the New Democrats tonight. Tom?
All right, Taryn, thank you very much for that. That's the latest from the NDP headquarters, where they are now sitting at 10, leading or projected elected in this election tonight. As Taryn points out, that was maybe not what people were thinking might happen tonight, but it is what is unfolding at this hour. Stay tuned to see where all of that ends up. 29 on the leaderboard there, the scoreboard for the PCs. 28 is enough for a majority government, but because so many of these ridings are so close, the CBC decision desk is not ready yet to see whether this or say whether this is going to be a projected majority government. So that's why the counting must continue. That's why every vote, it seems, in some of those ridings are really going to count. And the independent poll still on the board there tonight. That's Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. And so, yeah, I mean,
she's looking. She was looking pretty good. Just looking for a number. Yeah, she's up now by nearly 800 votes over Bill Casey. So it's looking like Smith McCrossan is heading back to the legislature with that kind of lead.
Okay, let's go to the Valley here and look at some results and see how that is playing out tonight as well. As you look at the map there, Paul.
Blue.
Yeah, a fair bit of blue on that map.
All right, well, let's see some of the ridings and see how they are doing. Keith Irving still holding on in Kings South. This was a riding that, look at Derek Kimball. Interesting there, just he's 126 votes behind. Derek Kimball was elected as a progressive conservative in 1988 when John Buchanan was leading the party, trying to make a comeback. That would be a heck of a comeback after, what, 33 years to come back and as an MLA. That would be an interesting result. John Lohr expected to win this seat comfortably and elected here in Kings North. And Carmen Kerr holding on in Annapolis. Of course, the riding that was represented for so many years by Stephen McNeil, the outgoing premier, with a 179 vote over Jennifer Poole. This is one that the Liberals would have expected to hold. And here we go, Ian Rankin holding on and now elected in Timberley Prospect. Just not enough check marks for the Liberals tonight, that's for sure.
And yeah, you have to wonder what he's thinking about his own political future there as the board has really been solidifying for the last 45 minutes or so.
We're seeing a couple of New Democrats are elected, by the way, and that's who you would expect That's Susan LeBlanc and Claudia Chandra, and now Susie Hansen in Halifax Needham, which has been a New Democrat stronghold since 1998. So that is the NDP vote holding. They are doing the job that they needed to do tonight, which was to put their incumbents in office or ridings that had voted NDP to get them elected.
More evidence of that efficient vote in the NDP,
they're
for
also
sure.
up to over 20% now, which is not, it's a little higher than they have been so far. And again, if you're seeing that popular support percentage eke up a little bit, then some of those 10 seats become more real for the NDP.
And this is the second crack at it for Gary Burrell. There was sort of some rumblings if things didn't go well, maybe, you know, he wouldn't get a third, but, you know, doubling your showing.
It's tough to argue with it. And so Paul had made the point earlier about, you know, Darrell Dexter's government was elected from the centre and governed from the centre. You know, it brought sort of those folks in the political spectrum, a little left, a little right, you know, and that turned out en masse to elect Darrell Dexter premier. And again, he governed from the middle. That stance has largely been abandoned by Gary Burrell's NDP that have really tacked far more to their traditional roots, their left-wing socialist roots. And I say that with a small s and without any animus. But again, we're seeing now a validation, especially sort of the breakthrough that they've had on a number of issues. Affordability would sort of be the principal one, that we've seen their rent control plank become right at the top of their list. So much so that they've replaced a lot of their candidate signs around Halifax Metro with simply rent control, NDP. So their polling, yes, their polling was very obviously saying that it was resonating in the urban cores, and again, because affordability is becoming a much more challenging issue for really cross-demographic groups of folks.
And the pandemic really brought that to light
unquestionably.
as well.
Everything is getting more expensive, and rent's gotten more expensive, and we all have seen what's happened with the real estate market and the rental market as well.
Okay, just look at the board there again for a second. The PC is now down to 27. So out of majority territory if they were to hold there. But obviously, they are really running the show here tonight in many ways. Let's get to the PC headquarters. Vernon Ramasar has a guest and someone who has been somewhat responsible for this campaign thus far. Vernon.
Yeah? Yeah, we've got Cameron McKean here, who's a campaign co-chair, and to say he's a bit an excited man this evening would be to really underestimate the contortions, jumping up and down and dancing that we've seen over the last little while. So we're just going to speak to him now. He's obviously jubilant, and Cameron.
Yeah.
You were dancing, you were jumping.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now?
I am feeling awesome. As some of the people on your panel might know, next to my kids being born and the Patriots winning Super Bowls, this is one of the best nights of my life.
Now, would you say so far it's exceeded your expectations of your team?
You know, exceeded mine. There are people that actually know more about data and stuff like that who thought that this was possible. I've gone through quite a few provincial campaigns so I had a little bit of nervousness, and I wasn't as optimistic. I knew we were going to have a good night. I knew we had an amazing campaign. I knew we had an amazing focus on healthcare, and we had the best leader by far. But yeah, this is, you know, and people that are actually number crunchers thought this was possible. But yeah, it's an amazing night. It's a historic night. No party, and since COVID had happened, every other party that called an election during COVID has had increased majorities. We blew that out of the water. It's an historic campaign, and it's something that people, you know, and with Tim Houston's message of healthcare resonated with Nova Scotians, and this is just an amazing night.
I'm hearing the expression blue wave being bandied about in the front of the room here. Is that a fair assessment of what happened?
It's a Houston wave. It's a PC Houston wave, and that's what it is. Tim Houston told people that they were going to fix health. Tim Houston was the only leader that was totally focused on our healthcare crisis, and he was able to give a real plan to fix it, and that's why we're here tonight. He was the only leader that put healthcare as the number one priority, and Nova Scotians know our healthcare is in crisis, and Tim is poised to try and fix it.
Well, I mean, it's one thing for the leader to believe firmly that healthcare is in crisis and needs to be fixed. How did you get that to filter down to the candidates?
Pardon me?
How did you get that to filter the candidates?
First of all, we probably have the greatest roster of candidates the party's ever had, and they got it. They heard it on the doorsteps. They know when they talked about the issues with healthcare that's what's resonated with the voters. And they knew that for the last 8 years, healthcare has gotten worse instead of better, and that we are the only party that was saying, sorry, sometimes you have to invest in something to fix it. You can't just be focused on just putting out fires. You've got to invest, and that's what Tim Houston and his team are going to do in the next while as they prepare to lead Nova Scotians.
You've been on the losing end a few times. I guess this feels a heck of a lot better, right?
Oh my gosh, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it really does. It's a good night.
Cameron, thanks so much for speaking with us.
Okay.
Yeah, some people really enjoy their politics.
Not since the Patriots won
comparing
the
it to the
Super
birth
Bowl.
of your children. That's a big one for sure. But boy, you can
He
explain
didn't
why
say
the
which
PCs
was
are so
higher,
happy.
the birth of his kids or the Super Bowl. I'm not sure.
I'm just pleasantly surprised he left out seeing U2 live in concert as one of his top three. But here we go.
Succinctly there for sure.
But of course,
he's found his Tim Houston, his Tom Brady.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it is
He's
for
got
Cam.
his quarterback now. Yeah, for
but
sure.
as we
He's
said,
waiting for it.
We're still watching that majority-minority territory, and he's still chuckling over there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Cam.
You crack yourself up, Paul. Yeah. That's good.
But we should look at these races that are just too close to call right now. That's why our decision desk is just taking their time, making sure we get it right. Because look, 3 votes, 4 votes, 5 votes, it's way too close to call.
Any of those ballot boxes have one good sneeze, and you've got the PCs at 32. So it's still very in Bedford South. Well, Clare, first off, was a real stretch, seen as a real stretch in the Tory war room. Though their numbers did say in the last few weeks that it had gotten much closer, as it did in Bedford South. But that is a riding, remember, where, it's a new one of the new ridings. A goodly chunk of that riding came from Bedford proper, which has been held by Minister Kelly Regan for quite some time. Very strongly Liberal. Running
federally by Jeff
running
Regan.
a former, yes, that's right, and represented federally by her husband, Jeff. Running as the Liberal in that riding as a former staff person for Kelly. She's very emotionally invested, I think, in holding Bedford South for Rankin's team, the Rankin Liberals. And you also recall she was a potential leadership contender herself and opted not to run, yet run again in Bedford. So there's a microcosm, a nuance of interesting politics going on in Bedford and Bedford South. But to see it that close, it's astonishingly close.
Like there's 5 that could flip for the PCs.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And that would put them so solidly into majority territory.
Very comfortably in
majority
territory.
Yeah, let's look at some of those three-way races, break them down and sort of analyze what's happening precisely in some of those ridings, beginning with the Glace Bay Dominion, where John is going to win. Did you think it was going to be the NDP, John? At least he's leading at this point. That's still very close.
This is a 3-way race. Who could call this one? You just don't know who was going to win it. John Morgan, the former mayor of CBRM, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, with a 20-vote lead. Yeah, this one isn't over, that's for sure. Here we go to our next one, which is Cole Harbour, 42-vote lead. Tony Ince, the incumbent there. Daryl Johnson and Jerome Lag, just not much to choose between those 4. I'm not sure I'm not quite sure how that one is going to end either. Too close to call. That's how. And in Preston, well, Angela Simmons eking out to a slight lead in a race that everybody knows everybody in Preston. This would be an interesting win for her, that's for sure. It was held by Keith Caldwell. He stepped down just before the election, handed the reins to Angela Simmons, who now has nearly a 200-vote lead.
Yeah, 19 of 30 polls reporting there. All right, let's look where the PCs are doing well in Central Nova as well, which has been another area that they needed to win seats or lead in these, at least at this point. 27 on the board there right now. So first off, Pictou West.
Carla McFarlane is, completing the 3 Pictou seat win for the Progressive Conservatives, as you would expect, with a massive win for Carla McFarlane. We'll talk about whether she gets into cabinet later on in the broadcast. Here we go, Pat Dunn, another monster win in Pictou County. Boy, they are voting blue tonight. And in Guysborough, Greg Morrill, the radio director, news director,
taking down a cabinet
minister. The province house.
He's got a good story tonight, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Big
All right,
win.
that's Guysborough Trackley. Let's check in with Anna Ganesh. And boy, that is a telling riding tonight, isn't it?
It is. She is almost 1,000 votes. This is the dream come true for the Progressive Conservatives. They knew that if they were taking Anna Ganesh, they were taking the province, and that certainly is the way it's heading right there.
Solidly blue. Someone took the paintbrush and did the whole part of that province.
Wow.
The Liberal map is shrinking.
It's
really
Metro and a little bit in the core there, and Clare is showing right there. So Digby Annapolis still showing there. Digby Annapolis down there, very, very, very blue.
What are you
map.
thinking, Chris?
It's an astonishing number. We've talked about it. Again, it seems that sort of all of the best case scenario ridings that the Tories were very high on have started to come into their column. There are a few surprises, especially ones where you're seeing some New Democrats currently leading, including a few progressive conservative incumbents that aren't yet ahead. They may not be ahead, but they are not ahead against New Democrats right now. So there's a little bit of that eating of lunch. Not just happening to the governing Liberals, but in a few ridings, actually, the Progressive Conservatives. They seem to be in urban cores, again, where we talked about the issues of affordability, rent control, et cetera, starting to have some breakthrough, I think, in a lot of those ridings. And that, if the result were to end tonight, you could argue that it's that singular issue that has prevented a Tim Houston majority tonight, because again,
really
it does appear. Well, it does appear is that, again, should the results be literally stopped right now and the end result happen, there'd be a few seats or one seat shy, with a few of those progressive conservative incumbents going down to defeat.
I guess a lesson to the Liberals on campaigning too is to find an issue that's going to resonate and stick with it. Don't play the front runners campaign.
Indeed.
Well, seems to have worked for the PCs here, for sure. That scoreboard tells such a story of change tonight, doesn't it? You think of the PCs now with minority government, projected here to be a minority government by the CBC decision desk with 27 seats, and that's been changing back and forth a little bit. Of course, the collapse of the Liberals here. But the other big story is the NDP. Now with the 11 seats leading or projected elected there, and that is impressive no matter how you look at it, particularly when you look at their share of the vote there, just over 20%. Let's get to the NDP headquarters now. Taryn Grant is standing by with Claudia Chender. Taryn.
That's right. So Claudia is the first of the declared victors for the NDP who's arrived here tonight. Ms. Chender was first elected in 2017 and will be heading back to the legislature this fall. Ms. Chender, how are you feeling about the results so far?
I feel great. I mean, I think we have an incredible slate of candidates. We felt positive. I love seeing those names on the board coming in. As for the future of the province, seems like it's still a big question mark the way it was when we went into the night, but here it's all smiles so far.
So what is the ideal result for you this evening?
We obviously want to see our whole slate elected. We have outstanding candidates from all corners of this province who have run amazing campaigns, and we would love to see them all in the legislature with us. Every party wants that. We probably won't get every candidate, but we are just waiting for those results to come in, those early votes, which we know were so many, but we're happy to be in double digits and anxiously waiting the results for the rest of the night.
Now, your riding, which I believe we're in, or are we a couple blocks outside? Yes, okay, so we're in Dartmouth South right now. Yeah. It's an interesting riding because right out the gates, it was the site of some controversy for the Liberals who lost their original candidate. Yeah. Her position originally was that she dropped out for mental health concerns and then, of course, came out later to say, no, in fact, she was pushed out by party officials who were uncomfortable with some photos that she had posted online of herself. How much do you think we're seeing that controversy in the results tonight?
Well, I can't speak to that. What I can say is, I said at the time, and I'll say again, that the story that we heard from Robin Ingram was terrible and kind of showed the amount of misogyny that still exists in politics and in life today. But what I can say is, from my experience being on the doorsteps with my team over the last 4 weeks, what we heard was an incredible response to the ideas that we put forward, which, to be honest, came from them. So real concerns and a desire for housing to be an actual human right. Everyone deserves a home. We're putting forward progressive and sensible ideas for how to do that. People need health care fixed. People want same-day, next-day mental health care. People want a school food program. I think people resonated with our message, and we had great conversations, and it feels like we're seeing that reflected in the results here tonight.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chender. I'll send it back to Tom and the team at the studio.
All right, Taryn, thank you very much. Interesting to get the analysis from the NDP there. And let's talk more about that number 10 on the board for the NDP right now. A solid showing for them tonight. And Paul, a good reason for that is Metro Halifax.
Look at the peninsula of Halifax and the surrounding environment. Wow. That is a very impressive show by the New Democrats. We've got some of the ridings there to show you how well they're doing. And to me, this is an interesting one. Susie Hansen, of course, elected in Needham, which has gone NDP in every election since 1998. She's just carrying on in that tradition of the strong orange vote there. Halifax Citadel. Now, hold your horses. Hold your horses, folks. This wasn't supposed to happen. 122 vote lead over Labby Kasoulis, a contender who nearly won.
That is a shocking result.
A third
so
of the
far.
polls reporting there, so lots can still happen. But Mr. Kasoulis not
sweating a bit
feeling
tonight.
good about that at this point for sure.
He's in a fight. Let's take a look at our next one. Hussey pulling away a bit more now, a little more comfort again. One of those two targeted ridings for the NDP on that side of Halifax, just outside of the peninsula, against an incumbent cabinet minister in Patricia Arab, 214 vote lead at this particular time. Looking good for the New Democrats there. Another thing interesting, Gender talked a bit about, rent control was doing it for her on the doorsteps, but you have to wonder whether or not the Liberals' treatment of Robin Ingram actually soured NDP voters who might have been leaning Liberal, who they may have captured for the Liberals. It felt like a smart bomb designed to alienate people in Halifax Metro from the Liberal Party the way that Ingram was treated. He was positioning the Liberals as what? As an environmentally friendly person. We're the team of transit. All of those sort of certainly targeting New Democrats in Metro, and you have to wonder just what kind of impact that Robin Ingram story happened, because it lasted for the first week and a bit of the campaign.
The kickoff of the campaign, right?
They're wobbly wheels right from the get-go on the campaign. They had a hard time getting it back on the track for over the course of the whole thing.
That Dartmouth South story, and aside from the fact that it was deeply offensive, if there's anything that's happened relative to mental health over the last couple of years, it's that the veil has been pulled back. The closet door has been opened. Folks are sharing a lot more and are a lot more open on how they're dealing with their own struggles, and it's becoming far less taboo to talk about it. If not, it's no longer taboo to talk about it, and that's a really good thing for the Liberal strategists, campaign team, war room to force this young woman, this candidate, for purely their own moral, puritanical reasons, to lie and say that her well-publicized mental health issues, because again, she'd been an advocate for a number of years on mental health, was the reason that she couldn't hack it and was voluntarily stepping back. To have her lie, say that is frankly offensive, and it became an 8-day story, a 9-day story, it's come up almost every day. But it would have been a headline above the fold story for 8 days, and that is a tremendous. I'm telling you guys, as you know, it is a tremendous life cycle for any type of piece of news, for it to be so relevant for such a long time. And in the course of some people's first impressions of Premier Rankin, once they started paying attention to where he stood on a number of issues.
As you said, it grabbed the headlines, but for the wrong reasons for the Liberals.
It did.
You have to think that has been hurting the Liberals a little bit tonight, for sure, to say the least. But the PCs remain around that 28 number. It's got to be a little frustrating for them. They know they're minority government at this point, but boy, would they love to be in a majority territory. That's the number they have to land at, but it's still too close to call and too many of those ridings to be able to say that it will be a majority government. Let's take a look, Paul, at some of those PC ridings on the South Shore, just to see how they are doing and whether they're picking up any seats there. We know they are. There's Lunenburg West.
Looking more comfortable for the lawyer Becky Drouin. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, she wasn't one who was expected to win this seat out of the get-go, but with that blue wave rumbling down along the South Shore right now, she's looking pretty comfortable with 660 vote lead at this stage. As we go down to Susan Corkum-Greek, 167 vote lead at this stage, hasn't moved much since then over the incumbent Liberal Cabinet Minister Suzanne Lonas-Croft. Jacob Killaway, now this is bucking the trend, isn't it? The Premier's friend and ex-Navy man with a 99 vote lead. I wouldn't make any bets on Chester St. Margaret's until all the votes are counted there, though. It was so close last time. Danielle Barkhouse, the Progressive Conservatives had great hopes for her. Rietzma, the actress, showing some strength down there. Of course, it was represented by the New Democrats for some time. And, we speak about what the Progressive Conservatives did to soften the image. The last big campaign event that they saved for the last Friday of the campaign on Friday, way back then, was to have a former New Democrat cabinet minister for Chester St. Margaret's come out and endorse Tim Houston. And what did she do? She said he's not scary like the National Progressive Conservatives. And in fact, no offense, throwing Aaron O'Toole under the bus and then backing up. I mean, certainly Houston went out of his way repeatedly to distance himself from the federal. Well, and what do you think her message really was? It was, he's not scary. He doesn't scare me off. You can trust him on health care, and he's not those nasty federal conservatives that you're all worried about.
Coming from a former New Democrat, that says a lot.
And what's interesting is that Houston was quite willing to stand there by the podium and really, by inference here, the federal conservative leader thrown under the bus.
Yeah, there we are. The Liberals just 16 on the board. They're leading in projected elected, and the PCs, you know, boy, the 28 number, they're right there in majority territory, but still a little too close to call at this point.
There's one riding I know they're keeping a very close eye on. That's Hants East. It is one of those ones that, 92 votes, they're leading. If they can hold on there, there's their majority.
This is the seat. It always comes down to one.
This is the seat, and it's coming down to it. So you know they're sweating bullets over this one. It's one they need to have in their win column.
Yes, and you know, and again, it was seen as a bit of a stretch, I think, to put it in the win column. You know, at the earlier onset, or even at the beginning of the week, once they started to see internally, I think the Tory war room number is starting to creep up. But to see now, I mean, it's not colossal, but we've got a goodly chunk of those polls reporting.
35 out of 46.
Yeah, sort of something. And there's still a number of close ones. You know, you look at actually incumbent MLA Steve Craig is down by 21 votes in his riding in Sackville-Cobequid, and that in principle could be another one.
This is another one though where the Liberal incumbent Cabinet Minister Margaret Miller, who had won the seat a couple of times, did not reoffer. It's one where we saw Ian Rankin on Friday. On his sort of secret mission through Nova Scotia, where they sent out photos and images, but didn't really put them up for interviews. No. They sent him into Hants East on Friday to try to shore up that particular seat. So
it was on everybody's radar.
It was on everybody's radar.
The departure of the Liberal incumbents may well be hurting them here tonight, for sure. Let's go to Liberal headquarters now. Jean Laroche is standing by there with the Liberals tonight at their election night quarters. Jean.
Yeah, well, although we have projected a PC government, I got to tell you, people in this room still don't quite believe it. In fact, Mike Mercer, who was the executive director of the Liberal Party, keeps coming over here showing us his BlackBerry, or his, oh boy, am I dating myself there, showing us his cell phone, basically saying, look, we know that we're doing well in these following ridings in terms of our recon for the early vote, so you're calling this way too early. He says it could end up this way, but it seems really early for some of the Liberals in this room to be making that call. Now, you and I both know there are really smart people on the decision desk weighing the numbers and being able to make this call. So we're not pulling this out of the air, but certainly for the Liberals, they're not convinced that the numbers will turn some of these around. I'm not saying, you know, we'll suddenly be looking at a Liberal majority, but they simply aren't ready to believe that they have lost government yet. Tom?
Yeah. Thank you, Jean. They're probably thinking of the last time around where things changed very quickly at the last hour, for sure. We'll keep an eye for that. Jean, thanks very much reporting for the Liberals tonight. Here's something that should give the Liberals a little encouragement, at least, to make them feel a little better. Let's go to the riding of Yarmouth, Paul, where Zach Churchill is said to be leading or projected elected there tonight.
Let's take a look at that
board.
Yeah, I think we've got
it. It was just one vote early on in his favor, but that's grown a bit.
That's looking a little better, but still, that is a close result. 32 of 37 polls reporting. Maybe that's not giving the Liberals too much comfort because they would normally be seeing Zach Churchill way out in front at this point.
A fellow who took 68% of the vote in 2017, squeaking by. No, there's no comfort in this result at all yet. Derek Mumberket, though, boy, that's an interesting result too, isn't it? Up by nearly 400 votes. I guess if they had lost that riding, they would be truly done.
Well, there are still 14 polls to report there, but yeah, that's getting to be a better lead all the time.
It is, and we'll see if Doucette can actually carry him. Now, Fred Tilley, interesting candidate here. This was a quality candidate, if I could put it that way. He is the principal of the Marconi Nova Scotia Community College campus in Sydney, a pretty credible guy in Sydney area. Everyone knows him there in the education system. He's up by, nearly 900 votes over the incumbent Murray Ryan. Now, Ryan was a Liberal, ran as a progressive conservative and took it in a by-election. This was a seat that was, you could really call it an Eddie Orrell seat because he used to rack up huge wins. I think he had
Cecil Clark's
and Cecil's seat. So Eddie Orrell had 75% of the vote last time. This would be a fairly significant retreat for Ryan to lose it on a night when the PCs are winning.
You know, to Jean's point there, Jean's point talking about how the Liberals are saying, listen, it's still time. There's still time here for some of these seats to come back. You have to wonder about the advance ballots and what role they might play in that regard.
Because that's what happened last time in 2017. They came in late and it changed
And
things.
for them, maybe the campaign didn't matter as much because they made their decision earlier on.
That's a very interesting point, again, because as we've appropriately lauded Elections Nova Scotia for their work they've done allowing folks to get their ballots in as early as possible. A lot of folks will have voted. Tens of thousands of people voted before the very first televised debate here on CBC, before the next debates in the cycle, before even the platforms were released. So a lot of folks would have gone into those boxes with their minds made up based on what, sort of the historical view were, or sort of the cut of the jib of the leaders that they liked
they're in
at
the
that
box
point.
now and they're waiting to be counted.
Right, and we'd said, earlier at the sort of the onset of this program that campaigns matter, but for them, they were pretty sure where they wanted to go well before the campaign, at least got into its kind of critical mass. And will those, the bad campaign that I think analysts will say that the Liberals have proven tonight that they've had, maybe less relevant for those advance poll sort of tallies, because they would have been riding much higher in popular support at the time when those first ballots were cast.
That is the wish of the folks at Liberal Party headquarters.
God bless Mike Mercer, though, who's a friend of mine. I still don't quite believe that there's so many that could turn the tide. But it's, as we've talked about, the too close to calls, there are a great number of ridings that could reduce the current Tim Houston majority that we're seeing now into minority territory. But when you're talking about the popular vote, you're still seeing the Progressive Conservatives now at 41.1% of votes that are tallied. 33, yeah, that's right, 33.9. It's a 7.5 point spread between the PCs and the Liberals. And again, there isn't a pollster in the country, including the two, that thought it would be tight last night, that would have seen a race, with this significant gulf between the top two parties. They were calling an 8-point spread, but they were calling it for the Liberals over the Progressive Conservatives.
Isn't that what makes election night so exciting? Right? You never know what's going to happen.
Know. That's why you're here.
Those numbers really not changing that much over the last 45 minutes or so, almost an hour now, really. But Paul, we want to get to some of the other ridings. Get some more results on the board here if we can. I know you want to talk about these as well. These are the Acadian ridings.
Right. So, the reason why they aren't moving very much, and there's bad news for Mr. Mercer, is that there's 17 or 18 progressive conservatives elected. They're not going anywhere. Colton LeBlanc, the paramedic, is one of those. 2,000 vote lead. Wow. And Ronnie LeBlanc holding in the other Acadian seat that we're keeping an eye on.
Just barely.
Whoa. There you go. That's not a result that we would expect. That is a very interesting riding, and that's a very interesting result.
So
that's a
those
popular
last three
ward.
polls are going to be something to watch.
That is an interesting outcome. The other Acadian riding that we're watching is Richmond with a 446 vote lead for Trevor Boudreau, the chiropractor. It's looking fairly blue. In two of the ridings, and Clare too close to call at this stage. Again, I will say that this looks to me like fishermen taking anger out against Liberals.
Could very well be. Yet we are 2 hours and 10 minutes or so into this, and we still can't say whether it will be a majority government for the PCs, even though for a very good time they have been in that 28 seat range, which is where they need to be for a majority government. In fact, they spent a good part of the evening well over that at 30.
But, Tim Houston is happy either way. He could be happier with the majority, but this is a great night for him. He's probably got some cabinet picks in his mind already, I'm sure.
I have every confidence, and this is going to be tomorrow's challenge. This ultimately was a campaign about issues, and in the case of Mr. Houston, it was a referendum on health care. If you were happy with the status of health care, you had a choice. If you weren't happy with the status of health care, that's largely what the Progressive Conservatives were talking about for the last 31 days. And this needed to be a referendum on health care. So here we are today. If, again, this is the result, health care will be the big issue tomorrow. Who is Tim Houston going to appoint as Minister of Health?
That's
who will those inner circle folks working at the policy level, even at the bureaucratic level, be who will seek to try to create some reform there and actually deliver for Nova Scotians, what they seem to be endorsing today, which is a recognition that there's a problem with long-term care, there's a problem in emergency room access, there's a problem in rural access to health care, there's a problem with ambulatory services, and that's an awful lot of things to tackle. Now, clearly, no solution happens at the flip of a switch, and this is multi-month, could be a multi-year problem again that they'll systematically have to tackle. But nonetheless, the work on that will be starting tomorrow.
It is the weightiest portfolio by far.
Unquestionably.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to the NDP vote here for a moment, because they are still in that position with 10 leading or projected elected. And let's get to a riding that we will not be surprised by the outcome here, but Gary Burrell has in fact been projected to be elected in Halifax, Shabasco.
No, but it's not a runaway win, but it's a win, and he's safely home. And with 10 seats, should that hold, he'll be declaring victory tonight. Let's move on to that. Now, our friend was talking about where Houston might go. Let's say the PCs dip down below. Well, look at that.
Let's talk about that for a moment.
There it is.
Exactly. That is.
That's a candidate for a return to the caucus, isn't it?
And she's looking pretty good there with a lead of 877 at this point, with 32 of 38 polls reporting, and that lead has been growing for much of the evening.
So should she hold on and the PCs be that close and dip down into minority, I'm sure a lot of people in Cumberland County would expect a peace in our time between Houston and her.
Has there ever been so much news come out of Cumberland North or that part of Nova Scotia
it's a
in the
newsy
last
place,
month or so?
But you would also think that if he's on the lip, Smith McCroskey could be a speaker.
She could.
No doubt,
She could have a very powerful say in what happens next with this government.
She's hanging around on the board there for sure, that independent in Cumberland North. All right, let's get to Brett Ruskin. He is standing by in the newsroom with the latest from Elections Nova Scotia, I believe, Brett?
Well, let's take a look at some stats. So you folks are talking about who gets elected, who people are voting for. I'm going to talk about when Nova Scotia voted. So think back to when you voted. See if you can find yourself on the calendar that I'm going to show you, because Elections Nova Scotia really wanted to ensure that this was a safe vote during the pandemic. So they wanted to offer many different voting options to avoid having large crowds in any one specific area. So here is the campaign. It began on the 17th, ended on the 17th. So find where you voted in this calendar. You probably didn't vote on a Sunday because the returning offices were closed those days. You may have voted today. We don't know the numbers yet for the turnout today, but we do know the advanced poll numbers. We know that there was 25,000 people who voted during those advanced polls. For the community polls, which were a 2-week span of time, 24,000 there. Up here, this section here, this yellow section, is when you could go online and ask for a write-in ballot. So that was the time there, and this number actually includes all of the write-in ballots that Elections in Nova Scotia was able to tally. But take a look at this. This is the returning office continuous poll. You could go into the returning office in your district at any time, any day that's green here, and cast your ballot. Take a look at how many people did that. 116,000 votes cast in the ROCP. So this is what the Chief Electoral Officer was basically calling the backlog, was planning the backlog, which is why we've been hearing that there would be perhaps counting that needed to stop at midnight, that needed to continue on into the next day because of the situation here. And so we know that last time there was 118,000 votes, early votes cast. We know now that there was 176,000 votes cast before Election Day. The difference there is about 58,000. So in terms of how many more people voted, it's kind of like the areas of Truro, Sydney, Antigonish, those populations all getting together and deciding, hey, listen, we are going to vote early. That is the number of folks who voted before the election day. So just kind of a breakdown on when Nova Scotia voted. And again, lots of people choosing that returning office continuous poll, which is the last poll usually to be counted and is the one with the highest volume of votes typically.
Yeah, Brett, not only did you have to decide who you're going to vote for, you had to decide how and when. It's been an impressive display from Elections Nova Scotia, for sure. Thanks very much for that, Brett. Look at the leaderboard there. The PC's back up to 29 now, and that is that would put them in the majority government territory, but it's still too close to call as to whether that will in fact be the case.
And the Liberals sitting at 15 right now. Let's have a look at where they are across the province and how they're doing. Yeah, down in parts where you wouldn't expect them to be down. Look at Annapolis Valley, of course, Stephen McNeil country. And how much do you think the loss of incumbents played into these numbers?
It's always a tremendous thing. Now, you know, we're seeing also the trend of some incumbents getting knocked off tonight, at least Liberal ones. And actually, in some cases, there's a Progressive Conservative or two that are threatened at this point in the election. So incumbency, perhaps, the analysts will say, wasn't quite as important on this one. But historically, it very, very much is, for even the obvious reasons of name recognition, the ability to actually know people, connect with people, and have multi-electoral chances to sort of tick that Amy Smith, CBC party box.
Was she on the ballot?
She was. She was. She's a winner too. But again, in ridings like Annapolis Valley, like that is astonishing,
and
that
HRM as well.
Yes, and that's singular proof, of course, of McNeil's coattails, perhaps working in reverse in this one. There was a great deal of affection in Annapolis Valley for Premier McNeil. And we saw historically high numbers of government satisfaction numbers and intention to vote Liberal, intention to vote with the government numbers when Stephen McNeil was Premier. Now that has largely bled away.
Is this I knew Stephen McNeil and you, sir, are no Stephen McNeil kind of moment?
Well, I'm sure there are some folks in that neck of the woods that are saying that tonight, and you're seeing in southwest Nova Scotia, some tremendous dips. And losing a lot of ground in the HRM to both the New Democrats and to the Progressive Conservatives. The only place where we're seeing an increase of Liberals is in Cape Breton. Now, that's one thing also that the pollsters were right on. We've seen over the last couple of days some polling that suggested the Liberals were going to do well in Cape Breton. It appears that they are, that they're at least their vote counts are up, but we're not quite seeing the seats translate there yet.
No, but you talk about polls. Boy,
yes,
this is a repudiation.
About polls.
This is a repudiation of the Liberals.
Too much.
The polls were not predicting this as an overall result tonight, but here we are with the PCs flirting with majority government.
41% to 33%, and they are now lipping up on Ham's tremendous win of 1999. In that particular race, the PCs had 30 seats, the New Democrats 11, and the Liberals 11. So that's not that dissimilar a result.
No.
And that was a resounding win for John Ham in 99, coming from the third place party to form a pretty strong majority government. Now, it didn't last. It lasted 4 years, and it was into a minority, and off we went.
But another Pictou area premier.
That's right. And if I could give you a peek behind the blue curtain, there were a lot of sort of juniors that came up in 1999 in progressive conservative politics who were there for John Ham's election. But I was a junior.
Yes.
A few rungs above me in the ladder were sort of young Turks like Tara Miller, who is now the co-chair of this election campaign. And you're seeing sort of a lot of those same faces from 1999 being the same faces this time, but in much more senior roles, who've spent the last 20 or 22 years in party politics really honing their craft.
It's been a long time coming.
Yes, it's been a long time coming, and I think you're seeing a lot of that breakthrough now. But Paul's really right. I mean, there's even emotionally, there's a connection between sort of this campaign team for Tim Houston and the 99 John Ham campaign team.
Okay, let's talk about the Liberals for a moment here, and let's look at a couple of the ridings, the new ridings in Metro, to see how they are faring there.
Encouraging. Laura Lee Nicol, a well-known, as we said, HRM councillor, with a strong lead in the new riding of Cole Harbour-Dartmouth. In fact, this riding would be smaller than the seat that she held on Halifax Regional Municipal Council. It says a little bit about Nova Scotia, where the provincial seats are smaller than the city seats. Let's go to the other one. Bedford South had a close, really close there at this particular point, but it's, we're going to see whether that holds. Talking about Surah Haddad, wow, she was not expected to do well in this area. She, of course, is the motorcycle driving dentist and Dalhousie University
professor,
instructor, with an Iraqi immigrant. She's got a heck of a story herself in her life. and she's threatening Braden Clark for the Liberals in Bedford South. He came into this, by the way, inheriting a huge number of Liberal votes. This riding was created from two adjacent ridings that had both voted very heavily Liberal since 2013. But the Liberals had to make gains somewhere if they had any chance. It turns out that gains here would not be enough to offset the thumping that they're taking elsewhere in rural Nova Scotia, and also around Metro as well.
Sure, and with just 15 on the board, that is clear to anyone there tonight that that's in fact the case. And their share of the vote just at 33.7%, which of course, as we said earlier, is much less than you would need for to form government. But let's take a look now at southwest Nova Scotia, and the map there has certainly changed over the course of the night, Paul.
It has. There's blue areas that were red before. If we can go to the riding report, if we have it, for Digby Annapolis. There we go. There we have. She is elected now.
That's big news.
Yeah, that is telling you that it is going the right way for Tim Houston's team.
Daughter riding now.
Yep. Clearly, they were ready to rumble there. Kim Maslin, again,
no doubt there.
2,400 vote lead win there. That is. That's what you call a thumping.
That's convincing, for sure.
And Nolan Young, interesting. He was the fellow who beat a former New Democrat fisheries minister in Shelburne, Sterling Beliveau, who wanted to run for the PCs in Shelburne. Nolan Young beat him. He's a former town councillor on Shelburne, showed that work ethic means something. He was working hard, I understand, in Shelburne. 1,400 votes there. Shelburne PC, again, a fishing riding. Got to keep making this point, folks. Down there, the fishermen are not happy with Liberals, and we'll see how that translates in another election next month down there. But you can just see that they have gone convincingly progressive conservative.
Yeah, stay tuned for the federal election results as well. All right, let's get to Shayna Luck now. She has another guest from the newsroom. Shayna.
Hi, Tom. Yes, as we've been hearing all night, the NDP tried very hard to make affordable housing an election issue. I have someone with me to talk about that. I'm with Pam Glode DeRoche. She is the Executive Director of the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre in Halifax. In 2020, the centre helped more than 200 people with their housing. That is a large chunk of people who need housing in Halifax. Pam, what do you make of the fact that affordable housing is being talked about in this campaign?
Well, thanks, first of all, for having me. The reality is that COVID certainly pushed forward the need for affordable housing. It was pretty hard to ignore when the pandemic happened, and here we are. This is something that we can't hide anymore. This is something that it is affecting all levels of government. It affects all communities, regardless of where you are in the province. So I think it's really helpful that this was pushed forward and that this became a real topic that everybody at home is sitting there having these conversations on. So it's important that that has happened for us.
We heard a lot of ideas put forward on affordable housing. Rent control was one of them. I'm wondering what you thought of all of those ideas.
Well, the reality is when it comes to affordable housing, there's no one solution. It has taken us generations to get here, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us because it's been ignored for so long. It's easy to discount marginalized people to begin with, and the reality is that these are people that don't have voices. These are people that are quite hidden in our society quite often, and people forget that they are real human beings, that they belong to somebody. And this pandemic that has just occurred, COVID, has certainly pushed it forward. And I think all the parties have recognized that there is an issue, and it's not going to be a one solution. It's going to be multiple solutions to fix it. And it's going to take us working together at all levels of government. It's going to take developers. It's going to take not-for-profits to really, truly make a difference. It's not as easy as building a particular building for people. It's about the wraparound supports that are quite often needed to keep people housed. You can build it, but you need to actually invest in the supports to keep people housed. And that is where we all need to come together to actually make an impact for for all citizens, regardless of which city you're in, which province you're in. And that is a very real fact. And it's going to take all of us to do this heavy lifting.
Pam, you mentioned building. I know the Friendship Centre is in the middle of a development right now. You have to be done at some point this year. I'm wondering what kind of timeline you would expect to see from the next government on housing issues.
Well, I'm really hoping that they're going to be pushing this forward really quickly. We can't ignore it anymore. And you're absolutely right. We've had some very tight timelines for our affordable housing pieces. The reality is that, the pandemic has created a lot of shortages of a lot of just not skilled labor, but also supplies. And it's a real challenge. And again, we have to do this together and recognize that there are some things that we can't change, but there are a lot of things that the government can be doing to push this forward and doing it in a really good way and doing it with community and not at community. And I think that's a really important piece. We have to invest in our community members that need us the most. These are often the most marginalized people in our society. And, we're talking addictions, we're talking mental health supports and justice issues. And it's all wrapped up due to trauma quite often. And these are pieces that have been ignored for so long. So we're really hopeful that as we move forward, we're able to do these things together. So I have great faith that, the pandemic has occurred, but yet it has brought these very hidden issues to the forefront.
Pam, thank you so much for your time tonight. Pam Claude Desrochers, the Executive Director of the Friendship Centre in Halifax. Tom?
All right, Shayna, thank you very much. Take a look at that scoreboard there. Now, the PC's back up to 30. That is majority territory, but still too close to say that will be the case. Paul, let's look at some of the ridings that could give the PCs the majority, the ones that could put them over the top here, so to speak.
There's a lot riding on the outcome of these particular races. 38 of 43 polls reporting. Richard up by nearly 100 votes. These are the seats that if the Progressive Conservatives hang on, Tim Houston's path to governing gets a whole lot easier. Mm-hmm. Here we go. John MacDonald up by 180 votes now over the Liberal Michael Blois, a cousin of the current member of Parliament in that area, Cody Blois. Look at the strength of the New Democrats right there. There is a history of the NDP there. John McDonnell held that seat for many, many years. Vote split helping.
No question.
John McDonnell.
There's a spoiler there, Paul, yeah.
John McDonnell looking good there at this stage. And Barb Adams, 195 votes. This was thought to be a repeat between Joyce Treen, who used to have the seat, and who Barbara Adams beat in 2017. Strong strength by the New Democrats in Metro Halifax, topping the Liberal in that particular riding. These are the seats, these three seats that just pop Tim Houston into majority territory. Mm-hmm. He's certainly hoping that those three hang on tonight.
And just to caution people about those very ridings, there's maybe down to 3 polls left to report. And the advance ballots still have to be counted, so that could flip things. They may look really close right now. That could change, and obviously that would affect the numbers at the bottom of the screen there as well. So the advance polls always a factor, it seems, now in Nova Scotia politics.
Fun surprise at the end of the night, right?
For sure. Paul, let's go to some Metro ridings here because this is also telling a tale of how things are unfolding tonight.
It is. Tim Hallman in a closer race than he probably would have wanted at this particular stage. 24 of 30 polls showing at this time, but still a lead in Dartmouth East. This is the closest to the core of the city that the PCs have on the board right now. Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, Ben Jessom, you just can't kill him. 217 vote lead right now over Julie Chason, who ran for the Progressive Conservatives in Chester St. Margaret's in the last election. They chose to go with Danielle in that riding. Chason a second in there. And Steve Craig, we were talking about him sort of behind at one stage. Obviously, polls have come in that have given him nearly a 500-vote lead. Yes. This is looking a lot more comfortable for Steve Craig now that more votes are coming in. 38 of 40 polls reporting looking like Steve Craig's on his way back to Province House.
Yeah, things just looking really good for the PCs all over, including Sackville-Uniacke.
That's right. Brad Johns winning that seat for a second time. Again, a vote split between the Liberal and the New Democrat in that riding. Johns on his way to Province House.
This province being painted blue tonight. And Chris, you have some big news out of the PC camp.
I do. I've probably waited my whole life to say this. We have breaking news, Nova Scotia. Right now, I have been informed by Nicole LaFosse, who is the Chief of Staff to Tim Houston, that as we speak, Premier Ian Rankin is on the phone with now Premier Designate Tim Houston conceding. So Premier Rankin has conceded the race to Tim Houston. It is now official.
Some big news indeed.
It's just been a spectacular collapse when you think about what's happened to the Liberals here tonight.
Yeah, far from what a lot of people thought going into this campaign. They had lots of momentum. The polls were good. And then, as you said, the wheels fell off the campaign bus pretty early.
The polls were wrong. As you pointed out earlier, Chris, a lot of the war rooms didn't even see this happening this way. So just a spectacular collapse of the Liberals here and a great showing by the PCs. Now at that 30 mark, but still too close to call as to whether it's a majority government or not.
Well, what did he say yesterday in Dartmouth East, where he was yesterday, Houston? The polls said we had no chance, and those polls are wrong. He delighted in that the same way that Rob Batherson couldn't hide his grin early on when Vern was talking to him in PC headquarters. Obviously, he knew that this was going their way.
Batherson, another one of those 99 alums.
Yeah, he's been around forever too. And like you were saying earlier, that the Tories in the backrooms didn't believe their own numbers.
Well, that was been a dilemma. So, in full disclosure, my brother from another mother, but the Progressive Conservative campaign director, James Michener, we've been chatting throughout, obviously, the last few days of the election. In his methodology and his science, he's been doing data tracking, as, of course, all the parties do, and the numbers looked really, really good. So much so that there were butterflies, in, what do they call them? The nerd herd, the data geeks, I guess. Sorry, gents and ladies, in the Tory war room, who were seeing the numbers being so good, looking so good, that they were starting to doubt whether their methodology, whether their science was accurate, and that we were going to see, a notably different result tonight. But no, my friends,
the numbers should get a tip.
Hey, Mitch, you were right. You were right.
And you have
almost
to wonder,
bang on.
Yeah, you have to wonder what numbers the Liberals were looking at. Did they didn't say they were going to be this bad tonight. They were predicting a majority government when last we saw them on the campaign trail. So let's get down to the Liberals now at their election night headquarters, and Jean Laroche standing by with the latest from there. Jean.
Well, the Conservatives may be willing to be chatty about who's talking to who on the phone, but the Liberals, I can tell you, are not. We've asked two party insiders, and they will not confirm what we have just heard, that the Premier is ready, the Liberal leader is ready to concede to Tim Houston. So, look, they really, really still can't believe what they're seeing right now. As you have used the expressions throughout the night about a collapse, about the worst case scenario, that sort of thing, and I think that's what the people in this room are looking at right now, and they can't understand. Now, obviously, both Michael Gorman and I have been hearing from people, from Liberals, throughout this campaign, wondering, like, what is going on with this campaign? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking during elections. Well, there'll be a lot of Wednesday morning quarterback second guessing starting tomorrow. And Michael and I have talked about it on our sound offs. The Ian Rankin we saw on this campaign is not the Ian Rankin we saw and interviewed a number of times. He seemed to be much tighter, much more controlled, and they were limiting access to him from reporters to ask questions. So obviously, they decided they were going to run the campaign this way, and it's cost them dearly.
Yeah, okay, Jean. So obviously, the room sounds pretty quiet behind you there tonight as well, which is an indication of how things have gone for the Liberals here this evening. Jean Laroche covering the Liberals at election night headquarters in downtown Halifax. The PC is still at that 30 on the board, and they've been there for the last little while. But as we've been pointing out, some of these ridings are still too close to call, and we may be here for a little bit longer to be able to determine exactly how all of this will play out, whether it will be a minority government or a majority government.
Yeah, it's coming down to those handful of seats, right? They've got to keep them or, flip some other ones to get into that majority territory. And boy, what a world of difference for Tim Houston if he's heading into a minority or a majority.
Oh, no question. I mean, we've talked about the nuance, how interesting it would be academically if the Progressive Conservatives end up at 27 seats and Elizabeth Smith McCrossan is seat 28 as the independent from Cumberland North. There's they're family. I mean, there's a natural alliance that's there.
They've had a little rift in there. A little rift,
but I mean, families have fights. These things happen. But when you're seeing 30, again, a much more comfortable position, it gives them some wiggle room. But you're also seeing about a 8-point spread, and the fact that we're more than 250,000 votes that have been counted so far, and we haven't seen that 41 and change, 33 and change for the Liberals number change much in the last little bit. So, we're looking like we're well past trends and into
things are not flipping quite as rapidly.
Other than just the handful of too close to calls, we're looking a little more, at least that that the percentage of the popular vote is indicative. So if our 39.2% number, which again, as you recall, is the lowest historic number that a majority government has ever managed to secure here in Nova Scotia, comes to pass at 41.4% tonight, the Houston Progressive Conservatives are certainly well above that mark.
They're over that hurdle that they wanted to get over.
Indeed. All right, let's get back to Metro Halifax here for a moment, Paul, and some of those ridings where the incumbents were at play to see how they are making out. And Brendan Maguire, long thought to be a safe seat, and he gets the check mark tonight.
Yeah, this is our first time in showing the players here in a few of these ridings. Brendan Maguire, as you said, expected to win this seat, did win this seat. Again, no surprise, it's the New Democrats that is in second place here in this riding. A win for the Liberals, one of the 15. And in the south end of Dartmouth, Claudia Chender, Taryn was talking to her, a 1,500 vote lead at this stage. It was going to be an NDP hold, we thought. It certainly is, comfortably so.
Well, projected elected there, yeah.
Yeah, and so, she was talking to Taryn about about what was working at the doorstep. It was rent control and issues like that. It was selling all over.
Yeah, big issue in Metro, for sure.
Another riding we haven't heard from, again, a safe seat where they sent Ian Rankin yesterday to sort of generate some enthusiasm, or what looked like enthusiasm, with party supporters and Metro candidates meeting with Rankin yesterday at her HQ at the Sunnyside Mall. She's safely elected with a 607 vote lead. Interesting that it's the progressive conservative who is in second place in that riding. 3 ridings that we haven't been able to put up on the board as we've watched Houston taking it.
Yeah, success for Liberals there, but boy, that number 30 on the PC board looks pretty big tonight. Let's get to PC headquarters, where the Vernon Ramasar has the Director of Communications for the PC party, and where you know that they are pretty excited about what has already happened and what could happen as to whether or not they become a majority government. Vernon.
Yes, thanks, Tom. Talking about a study in contrast, I was listening to Jean speaking, and on this side of the equation, we were just listening on the PA system to the Beastie Boys singing, "You got to fight for your right to party." So it's a very different mood here at PC headquarters. Lisa, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thanks.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm elated. It's a great night, a historic night.
Now, right now the number is at 30. Do you think it'll hold there?
I hope so.
It paints a very different picture to what people were predicting not too many days ago. I mean, it's a really difficult thing to turn a campaign from being behind to a blue wave.
Well, at the end of May, the polls had us behind by 28 points. That laser focus on healthcare put us, I think, is what made the difference for us. It put us in the position we are tonight.
And I guess getting the other candidates to also go along with healthcare as the main focus for their campaigns as well.
I don't think that's hard when you hear about a gentleman lying in his driveway for 3 hours waiting for an ambulance. No one had to be convinced that there's a crisis in healthcare in Nova Scotia. So I think, we tapped in very early, more than a year ago, into an issue that really matters to Nova Scotians.
Now, the other parties were focusing on things like the environment or on rent control. Obviously, the voting public certainly latched onto healthcare. So was that based on studies that the party did, or?
I think it's based on Tim Houston goes around and actually listens to people, and he went in every riding in every corner of this province, and people were telling them they're afraid. They're afraid that when they go to the emergency room, it'll be closed, or when they call 911, an ambulance won't come. So I don't think it's a study; it's listening to Nova Scotians and what matters to them.
And as we look at how well the PCs did in the South Shore, clearly that probably is connected to the healthcare issue as well.
I'm sorry?
That would be connected to the healthcare issue as well, wouldn't it?
I think so. In Queens, the Queens General Hospital, the emergency room had never been closed in its whole history until July. And I think that really made a difference with people. The hospital they relied on for generations is closed.
No, the level of excitement is still pretty high here. And I guess there's also some anticipation for Tim Houston's arrival. Would that be a fair guess?
I can't wait.
And I understand he's supposed to be here around 11, somewhere around that time?
I think so, yes. There are a couple of tight races left. I think he probably wants to to see the results of those.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for speaking with us.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Vernon, thank you very much. You described it as a historic election, and that's certainly the case. There's never been a pandemic election like this in Nova Scotia before, and for the first time in 15 years, the PCs have a win here tonight. So that's really quite something. Congratulations are in order, and a lot of people are sharing in that mood tonight. Brett Ruskin is in the newsroom with some reaction and some special congratulatory messages.
Well,
Brett.
That's great. I've been looking on Twitter, kind of getting a broad picture of what people are saying, but we did see this very specific message, as you mentioned, Tom. We have Aaron O'Toole saying, a great night in Nova Scotia. Congratulations to the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservatives and the next Premier of Nova Scotia, Tim Houston, on an exciting election win. #NSPoly. Again, that comes from Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole. So we just wanted to flag that response. One of the first responses I think that we've seen from a federal leader. I've checked the other ones as well, but that's the first response that we've seen, at least federally, to the results that are coming in.
All right, Brett, thank you very much. Isn't that interesting? The first congratulatory note coming Tim Houston's way comes from the federal leader.
Yes, well, of course, he's in a battle of his own, and to be attached with a winner, whether the winner actually wants to be attached to you, you try and curry some of that glory that's coming out of tonight for the PCs.
Yes, there's no question. We talked about it earlier tonight, that one of the debates, I'm sure, that the Liberal War Room had was whether to go before or after the federal election, whether there were coattails to be had with Prime Minister Trudeau and whatever was going to happen, on the 20th of September, as we're now day 3 of the federal election. But, Aaron O'Toole has deep roots here. Despite the fact that we sort of talked about some of the challenges in the relationship between the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative Party and the Conservative Party of Canada, Aaron studied here at Dalhousie. He was a pilot at Shearwater. He married a girl whom he met here on the '99 John Hamm election campaign and became his wife from Fall River. And then you also have a critical mass of Nova Scotians, because we seem to produce national caliber conservative strategists from out this way. We've got the executive director of the party, the president of the Conservative Party of Canada, the chair of the Conservative Fund Board are all Nova Scotians.
Interesting enough, 2017 election, Aaron O'Toole was at Jamie Bailey's headquarters. He was on CBC talking about the PC showing that night. So you're right, he does have strong ties here to Nova Scotia.
But Amy, the fact is that he won with no thanks to Aaron O'Toole.
Of course.
Yeah. In fact, he was running away as far as he could from Aaron O'Toole. So the congratulations are no doubt sincere and heartfelt, and O'Toole does have great connections to Nova Scotia, that's for sure. It's just that
Tim Houston's not welcoming him with open arms.
No, let's see what happens in the next few weeks of the federal election campaign, whether the favor or the comments are reciprocated in that regard. We'll wait to see.
Maybe, as you say, family, they forget about the fights.
Family spend. And, there is precedent for leaders coming to campaign at provincial campaigns. We saw NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, a relatively high-profile visit he had down here for a day or two to campaign with Gary Burrell disproportionately in the city. And did that play a role? It could have. Again, we're seeing some breakthroughs, especially in Armdale and Fairview, et cetera. The NDP and the Halifax Citadel, which is a real shocker. That the NDP are currently on track to win. So
lots lots for election nerds
Lots,
to chew on for weeks to come.
Nerds. Again, the nerd side of the table. Not the cool kid side.
Yeah, right. Okay. Not going to put a title on you like that, Paul, but you've been poking away at the computer there, and you got a few ridings that you want to have a special look at.
Just before we show them, I just want to say that in Halifax, Sable Island, which you were just pointing out, the New Democrat is pulling ahead by 157 votes, so it's looking better for the New Democrats down there. Let's take a look at the two target ridings that they had targeted and had great hopes for. There's Julie Melanson up by 114. She was one of these New Democrat candidates, and we've seen this in a few of them who are big on TikTok. Also a rollerblader and a roller derby participant. 114 vote lead. This is a riding that they had targeted, that they had hopes for. As we point out, there is no Liberal incumbent there, and Joanne Hussey up by 146 votes there over Patricia Arab with 42 of 43 polls. It's going to take one of those heartbreaking advance polls at the very end to turn it around for Patricia Arab at this point.
All right, let's go to the Oturo, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River. Always love saying that riding name on the broadcast. Yeah, it's the biggest on the show for sure.
So we were expecting the Conservative to win, Progressive Conservative to win in that riding. This was Lenore Zann's old seat before she made a successful move to federal politics. It went back to the Progressive Conservatives. It has a big blue history in that riding. He's safely elected. Good to see that result in. And there's Larry Harrison.
Cakewalk.
1,700 votes. That would have been a surprise if he had not won that seat. Let's take a look at Tory Rushton. Again, this was a seat that was held by Jamie Bailey before he left politics. A big, comfortable win for Tory Rushton, the fire chief up there. Good night for him in Cumberland South, a seat that Progressive Conservatives certainly expected to win, and he did deliver that seat for them, as did Ritzy in Truro.
Yeah, and they've been winning a few. 30 on the board there right now. 28, of course, majority territory, but we're not ready to say whether that'll happen or not at this point. Because
not a lot of wobbling, though.
No, it's been very steady, and we saw the numbers there earlier for the percentage of vote, and that has been very steady as well. So the counting continues. Those advanced ballots are still going to be, part of that story that's unfolding tonight. But we are expecting the leaders one by one to begin to appear in their prospective election night headquarters and to begin to sort of respond to all of this that's been transpiring here tonight. A PC minority government at this point headed back to Province House.
Minority at least. Yeah, so we're still waiting to see where it all falls at the end of the night when the counting is done.
There's only one riding under 100 votes right now, so there is separation showing up with late in the polls going on, and that's Bedford South, where Braden Clark is up by 96 votes. Otherwise, they're up and over by 114. Now, that can always change, certainly with late votes, but we're seeing a little bit more separation. It isn't the nail biters as we get closer to the end right now. There is not much closeness. They are starting to separate.
Not a whole lot of possible recounts we're seeing.
No.
Perhaps not. But let's go back to the PC campaign for a moment here, because we started earlier tonight asking this question, do campaigns matter or not? Clearly that was the case this time around. And the added advantage or the added disadvantage that Tim Houston had here was that during COVID, he was almost invisible for 18 months. Where he was not in front of the cameras. The briefings featured the Premier of the day, both McNeil and Mr. Rankin. And so he had to fight for ice time at the best of times for that 18 months. This makes this maybe even all the more remarkable.
Yeah, there's no question. We also, I think, went the longest stretch in the Western world, Western democracy, not having a legislative sitting due to COVID. It was just in the dying days of that window.
You see the NDP headquarters there, just as I interrupted you there, Chris, I apologize.
Yes, no worries.
So they're getting ready for their leader to arrive there. But yeah, sorry to make
getting
the point
exciting.
There.
Again, that was another platform. And you had both Premiers McNeil and Premiers Rankin being able to sit during COVID briefings alongside Dr. Robert Strang, who's been almost deified. As most of the chief medical officers in Canada have been, understandably, through this exercise. We jokingly, I said, referred poor fella behind his back as Robert Strang is the most popular political leader in Nova Scotia who just happens to not be a political leader. But irrespective of that, it's been a very interesting challenge, I think, for the Houston Progressive Conservatives to try to find a medium whereby they could get their message out. But to bring it back to make it nerdtacular again, and I'm of course just teasing, because if nothing, I am if I'm anything, I'm a political nerd in this construct. But we have polling.
Okay, excuse me for interrupting again, Chris, but there is the NDP leader Gary Burrell arriving at his election night headquarters. A small but pretty happy crowd there tonight. He is, of course, the ordained United Church minister who really believed in those socialist values and wanted to bring the party back to its more traditional roots, did do that. His last go-around, he continued with that theme in this campaign, fighting for a $15 an hour minimum wage and of course, legislation around affordable housing as well. And he is reaping the rewards of, at least as we talked earlier, the metro ridings that obviously were supporting him in that cause.
Well, should he choose to run again, he gets a third crack at it, I'd say. This was a successful outcome for him. Many thought he wouldn't get over that 5 seats that they sort of held as we went into this. Let's hear from him.
There's his wife Debbie beside him as they final wave to the crowd. Let's listen into what the leader has to say.
Well, all of our great friends. It's a campaign that has not from the start followed the script that our opponents expected and wanted. It was supposed to be a pretty sleepy, dozy affair where everybody kind of had their minds on nothing except the summer. And instead, we found that all those people that we have met on all those tens of thousands of doorsteps have been so engaged and so interested and so concerned. Concerns we've talked about with so many people about housing and about mental health and about the emergency of the climate, child care, long-term care, the path out of COVID towards recovery. And for 32 days, we in our party have placed these issues of real people's real lives at the center of the discourse of our campaign.
And first, I want to acknowledge that we're on Mi'kma'ki, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. And I want to thank Tim Houston, the leader of the PC party, and Gary Burrell, the leader of the NDP party. We debated the issues and the ideas that are important to Nova Scotians. We listened and we put forward our plans. We worked hard. We in the Liberal Party ran a positive campaign, and I'm proud of that. I would not have done anything differently. And to Tim, congratulations. I have said that it is such a privilege to be a premier, and I know that you will feel the same way too. As politicians and as leaders, we are in this to serve Nova Scotians. You asked me on July 17th why we called this election. We called it because we believed that we were in a pivotal moment in our province's history, and we wanted to have a clear direction. Tonight, the voters provided it and chosen our future path. You could never make a mistake casting your ballot, and I respect that. I respect our democratic process that gives us a chance every 4 years to have a voice, to ask for a change, and to judge us on our record and our ideas. Over the breadth of the campaign, my team, have traveled over 9,000 kilometers, and what was clear to me was the pandemic did not defeat our province. In many ways, it made us stronger, wiser, and sharper, able to tackle anything and succeed. I saw that on each and every doorstep, no matter where I was, in Guysborough, in Yarmouth, on Cape Breton, in Clare, and back again here in Halifax. And I heard optimism and hope for the future. And I'll continue to have optimism for this province, no matter what. It's humbling to see the support we have received from one end of the province to the other. The gifts for our future baby. And thank you very much, Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians are so welcoming and generous, and I will never forget the doctors, the nurses, the continuing care assistants, the healthcare providers who have worked so hard after the last 18 months for what they've done for this province, who put their lives at risk. And I've heard you, and I've heard about the toll the pandemic has had and taken on your lives and your families, and I understand. Thank you for all that you've done. And thank you to all Nova Scotians for your sacrifices over the course of the pandemic. Although we have not finished the fight yet against the pandemic, we are close. And to all Liberal candidates who have fought so hard, I'm so proud of you, the work that you've done. The people that were on this list of candidates for the Liberal Party, the most diverse that we've ever seen, I couldn't be prouder. I know it was a challenging race. It's always challenging after you've been in government for over 8 years, trying to get a third mandate. But I had fun. And the people that stepped forward, that really valued what they believe in, and the vision that we put forward in this race, I still wouldn't change anything. The positivity in our campaign, I still believe in positive politics, no matter what happens. I will still continue to believe in you and in Nova Scotians and what we can really do. Equity, environment, economy. The Liberal Party still stands for those issues, and I will still continue to do that. No matter what I do, and I still believe all Nova Scotians believe that those things connect. That is my life mission. No matter where you come from, no matter what you believe in, you can make it in this province. You can make it in this country, and Nova Scotia can be a leader in how we tackle the tough issues, just like we did with the pandemic. We are a leader. We can tackle these issues. No matter who just formed the government, I will support the government, and I ask all Nova Scotians to do that. We need to. But as Liberals, we need to find a way to make sure that every single Nova Scotian has a role. That's what we believe in as Liberals. And I will continue to lead this party. I will continue to do whatever I can do to fight for every single Nova Scotian to make sure that we have a voice, that every single Nova Scotian, no matter where you come from or your income level, no matter where you live, no matter your race, no matter what you believe in, your faith, your sexual orientation, you have a role in making sure that you have a voice in how we recover from this pandemic. We are leaders in this pandemic. We will be leaders in the recovery no matter who's in government. So thank you to Nova Scotia. I will be there for you and be there for Nova Scotia. Thank you.
All right, well, that is Liberal leader Ian Rankin saying that he would not do anything different, that he believes in positive politics, suggesting that perhaps this campaign and some of his competitors, namely, I gather the PCs, did not run a positive campaign, but also saying that he will continue to lead the party.
It's not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere, which with 15 seats, having lost, at this point at least, as it stands, 15 seats, seems like a bold position to take. Some might not think that should be the case.
Might it not be up to him? You know, it may not be his call whether he stays on to lead the party. It depends how they're feeling after tonight when they have a look at the final results and see that they're down right now at least to 15 seats.
When we'd had a conversation on CBC's Main Street, we sit on myself and two colleagues from other two parties, historically the Spin Busters, and we'd had a conversation at the onset of the Liberal leadership campaign with good humor and little teases inserted as you'd expect. saying that the Liberal, the three that were running, were the 12th, 14th, and 21st best potential candidate for the Liberal leadership at the time. And you've got a few that would have been a little higher up that priority list that are re-elected tonight in folks like Zach Churchill and Kelly Regan. And you've got to wonder, seeing what's happened, a rebirth is important. And we certainly wouldn't put words into Premier Rankin's mouth. This is a very tough night. Any sort of loss, especially when you're coming from government, irrespective of how long you happen to be in government, is a devastating, devastating night. And he does obviously care very deeply about the issues of which he's passionate. He got into this clearly for the right reason. He's had a very good upbringing in politics, frankly, with his dad, and comes from a much larger family, of course, in Inverness County, who are also very, very political. Not particularly partisan, but very community-minded and community-engaged. So a tough night for Premier Rankin, but you've got to figure it's going to be a tough few months as well. To your point, Tom, if he plans to try to hang on, I'm not sure that will be an option.
Did it surprise you? Well, what rush will there be? It's a majority PC government, or leaning that way, certainly right now. So, whether he can stay for the next election, I'm not sure. I mean, it was a brutal outcome. I mean, they lost just 4.5% of the vote, and they lost 15 seats. That's a thumping.
But he didn't seem to take blame for the loss. He said, I wouldn't do anything differently.
That's what I heard. And what I also heard, as you did, was I will continue to lead this party, and you make the point for how much longer. He'll lead it, but, it's when they get themselves ready for the next election.
He also pointed out the hill they had to climb for being in power for
a
couple of terms.
By now you've probably seen it just popped away there, but we do have a camera at the ready at the PC headquarters. We are expecting Premier Designate Tim Houston to arrive shortly there. There's a wide shot of the room.
They're piling in there. We just saw Pat Dunn, the re-elected progressive conservative MLA.
There's somebody doing a little boogie there of celebration. I don't know if she knows the camera's on her right now.
Yeah, so they're obviously on the right end of the results tonight and feeling it for sure.
COVID is even playing a role here.
A pretty big room there, lots of people in it.
Well, they're limited to 150 attendees, so it's invitation only. I'm to understand there's been a robust sort of RSVP process.
No drop-ins.
No drop-ins.
And let me just make another point. We're just talking about the vote share there, 4.5% vote down. The NDP vote actually went down in this election. They came out with 21%. It was 21.5% in 2017 when they took just the 5 seats.
We've been talking about how remarkable it is that their current tally is 9, but their support has actually dropped. So we're lauding, of course, Gary Burrell for this breakthrough, his successes tonight. But their, the critical mass of their vote count has dropped, and very similar, of course, to some of you're seeing the real cornerstone ridings in the Progressive Conservative column. The main NDP incumbents are coming back with really high pluralities in the 50-60% range from Needham through Shabukta.
And we're hearing that the Ian Rankin scrum is about to begin at Liberal headquarters. Of course, we're seeing the PC headquarters scene here right now, but if we can, we will get you to Ian Rankin when he does begin to speak to the media there.
Ian Rankin started to speak while Gary Burrell was still speaking.
You don't see that every day, do you?
Some wires crossed there.
All right, there's a scrum of Liberal leader Ian Rankin. Let's listen in.
Sounds like we're not getting the
having
audio
some
right now.
Audio issues for sure. Apologies for that. We're going to try and to figure that out and understand exactly what he is saying there. But we're having some technical difficulties at this point. But as we watch Ian Rankin there,
you can read the body language.
You can read the body language. There's no smile on the face for sure.
No, but we did see a few during his speech. I mean, that was again, it was a very humble speech, and we talked about a few things that were missing. Whether or not there was any accountability taken on behalf of the campaign for the result. We talked about that, and his intention to stay on as leader, which he declared. We talked about that. But his tone was very human. It was very heartfelt, and we haven't seen actually a lot of that. It's been one of the criticisms from Premier Rankin, frankly, from day one. Seeing him in COVID briefings as he's a quieter, more thoughtful
person,
man,
yeah.
no question, far more earnest. But we didn't see, we didn't see sort of the effervescence that you normally expected of a political
and a real
leader.
contrast from Stephen McNeil,
Yes, there's no
who
question.
is the stay the blazes home
Yes,
person.
you can't picture Ian Rankin in the same setting saying "stay the blazes home" and having a comparable impact that we saw with Premier McNeil. But nonetheless, tonight's Premier Rankin's speech, and it's a shame that we're missing his scrum, but we did see a very human Ian Rankin.
Perhaps
very
if
vulnerable
more of
Ian
that
Rankin.
had shown, it
That's
might
right.
have translated a bit better for him.
Well, I mean, humanity and authenticity is deeply important in politics. People want to know their leaders are like them and understand them, think like them, care like them, love like them, and feel hurt like them.
But he has been
we're
humbled.
seeing elements of that tonight.
He's
Definitely
certainly
humility.
been humbled tonight. Maybe he thought during the campaign that he was riding that Liberal wave and the success of handling the pandemic. Right. But boy, it came through. The polls did not predict this. The parties did not predict this. This is a resounding defeat for the Liberals here tonight.
It certainly looked to me that it was registering on his face. That was a very difficult speech to deliver. As we say, this was a historic loss. I mean, he lost a lot of seats by losing just a few percentages of vote. As we say, will he be around for the next one? I don't know. I mean, that's what is probably being asked in the scrum right now, whether he will stay on, and if he does, for how long, and where do we go from here? That stuff is all to come in the weeks and months to come. As I say, I don't know why the Liberals will be in much of a rush right now. Given
They've
that,
got 4 years.
I think they
possibly,
do
if there is a majority, anyhow. If a minority, they might be in a bit more of a hurry.
But no, you're right, Paul. I mean, there's probably a good 2 years before they'll have an exercise. It's sort of a normal electoral cycle. If there were to be a changing of the guard, you'd want to announce that within a year. You'd want to spend the subsequent year with potential candidates kicking tires, having an election, and doing their leadership process, and then some time for that new leader to be in office and start to establish their presence.
But clearly, running as the front runner didn't pay off, and that's got to fall to the strategies and the strategists behind him too. That wasn't the winning campaign they thought it was.
And what was it? I mean, Paul, when you look at it, we talked about the Liberals not having that one big issue that ignited people, I guess, like healthcare did for the PCs.
So it just was not a compelling message, and it pivoted. Right, this was a team that said this is a referendum on the pandemic, and then just sort of wobbled off. They got sidetracked by the first week of the campaign by the issues in Dartmouth South, and as we wait to see Houston's arrival here.
I think he's pretty close there right now.
It just was not. He just was not offering much, and the pivot late in the campaign with more on COVID told you that they were. It had the feeling that they were making it up a bit as they went, adding things to their platform after they had announced their platform. And perhaps there was a reason why they were hiding him, as the opponents accused him. Maybe they knew that he just was not selling out there. Certainly, the results would tell you he certainly wasn't.
Paul, we're just going to interrupt, gentlemen, just for a moment, because we're going to get back to Ian Rankin here. I believe we have our audio problems fixed.
I'm going to continue to help you.
What do you think the message is to the Liberal Party from voters?
They obviously made their decision on where they see the future. I'm going to continue to focus on helping people as best I can. And I've been doing that for 8 years. And I really believe that this province is a long way to go. We have to tackle some real serious issues that have been here for generations. And I will not back down. I will not back down to tackle systemic racism, to tackle the climate crisis, and how that relates to our economy. I don't care who won this election. I will continue to focus on the principles and priorities that I grew up with, and to make sure that I stand up for the people, the underdog in Nova Scotia. And that's my mission. I'll continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so Ian Rankin wrapping up his scrum with media there at the election night headquarters and sounding defiant. I will not back down. I'm going to continue to fight issues that have been around for generations. He named systemic racism among them. He says he's going to continue helping people. That's what he wants to do.
So that suggests staying on as MLA, at least for a while. I guess we could read that much into it. I don't know how much more we can read into it, at a tender moment like this, which they don't get much more tender for a politician when you fall from power in such a loud clangy way.
Some of the PC team is making its way into the PC headquarters, and as soon as we see Premier Designate Houston, we will get to that scene for you for sure. But such a different mood there.
That was the Premier Designate's Chief of Staff that just made her way in, so we can only assume that he's imminent. No.
Yeah, the doors open wide there at the end of the room, and everyone poised, waiting for the moment of celebration to
What a
to
contrast
happen.
in moods, huh?
It's quite something, and you see it right there on the scoreboard. I mean, and we saw the Liberals losing, 14, 15 seats. So, and the PCs here really exceeding expectations. I keep coming back to that, but I didn't hear anyone talking during this campaign thinking that it might be just this big of a night for the PCs.
No, and one little thing, I did just hear that Tim Houston will be a few minutes, so I'm sure we'll get to him in a second. But your point is very well taken. This was a question I'm going to repeat myself, but this was an election where the ballot question that the government was endeavoring to put forward was really tough to define. And for the benefit of viewers, when campaign teams in the run-up to elections endeavor to define what that ballot question is, and the literal definition is, what will be the singular driving force in getting you to mark that X? What do you want the campaign to be fought on? Both the Progressive Conservatives and the New Democrats were very clearly defined. The Progressive Conservatives wished to make it a referendum on health care. The New Democrats wished to make it a referendum on affordability, on some of the social justice issues of which they speak so empathetically. And, the public policy of rent control was clearly one thing that had great resonance, especially in the urban centers.
Okay. We want to get to Brett Ruskin in the newsroom, because as this scene is unfolding here at PC headquarters, there's been a lot of activity online as well. Brett, what are you hearing from folks there?
Yeah, and feel free to interrupt me if we have to head anywhere else. But just very quickly here, we have some responses from other premiers, right-leaning premiers. We have Jason Kenney, Premier of Alberta, the United Conservative Party leader. Congratulations, Tim Houston and the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative team on a big win today in Nova Scotia's election. Tens of thousands of Albertans have proud Nova Scotia roots, and I look forward to working with the future PC government to advance our province's common interests and to be partners in prosperity. Also hearing from Doug Ford on Twitter, Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, saying, I'd like to congratulate Premier Designate Tim Houston on your election victory. It's a great honor to lead a province, especially at this critical time. I look forward to working together on our many shared goals and priorities. So again, that is more response coming in this time from other premiers who would probably agree with a lot of the same policies that Tim Houston might as well.
All right, Brett, thanks very much for that. Listen, we want to just explain that the reason why we can't call a majority government here, minority or majority, is because of all of those key seats, about 3 of them now, that are too close to call. But while we wait for the PC leader to arrive, the Premier Designate, let's get to the Liberals. Jean Laroche is standing by there. In fact, we just can't get to him right now, but we're hoping to talk to him eventually, because we want to hear exactly everything else that Ian Rankin was saying there when we had the problems tonight.
It's interesting that we just saw the numbers flip there slightly for the Liberals. That was in Halifax Armdale, which the New Democrat was leading in, and has flipped around for Ali Douali, up now by 328 votes in that riding. So if we're watching the bottom of the screen, which we all are still, we notice that particular flip there from the NDP dropping down from 9 to 8 and the Liberals popping up. There we go.
There we go.
Ali Douali with 36 of 38 polls. So talk about your late in the election night turnaround there. That's a pretty big lead with just 2 more polls to come from.
Let's go to Yarmouth, and this is an example of how those advanced polls can really change the game in a riding.
Yeah, Zach Churchill heading back to Halifax, 1,400 vote lead, was behind. Obviously, the polls came in, and Churchill doing what we expected early on.
But let's remember, that was a dogfight all night until we got to those advanced polls. Yeah. So, those early committed liberal voters went to cast their ballot.
Very popular cabinet minister in that part of the province. You need to have a tremendous political machine too, one that knows how to put ballots in the boxes early, knows how to drive their identified vote out to advanced polls, and clearly we've seen those come down like a hammer right at the end. Yeah, no great surprise that Zach Churchill comes back.
No more of a surprise.
What was a surprise that we had to wait so long before it was an overwhelming result.
We're keeping an eye on that door just after the right-hand side there, the image at the PC headquarters tonight, because we were told that Tim Houston is very close to coming into that room. And we saw, as we pointed out earlier, some of his staff came running in ahead of him, so you know he's not very far away. Maybe he's taking a phone call of congratulations from someone, who knows, but they're eagerly anticipating him there. So as soon as we get that, we're gonna join that as well.
Maybe just building up some drama, you know?
Yeah, there's been enough drama tonight, but yeah, apparently he wants some more. Maybe that might be the case.
We can see people in there. I think I see Peter MacKay in there. No surprise to see him at a progressive conservative victory party. He's been to a heck of a lot of those over the years, hasn't he? Oh, here we go.
That's for sure. Okay,
Looks
there
like
comes the
people
Premier
around. There's
Designator.
Cam.
No, that's the campaign team, yeah.
Coming in.
Always a good sign.
Yeah,
there's Peter MacKay, yeah. And plenty of masks being worn there, trying to adhere to the COVID rules. And
I think we've got somebody coming
when the
through the
room
door
gets loud
soon.
like that, you know he's pretty darn close. And so as
that hopping fella you just saw pop through is the campaign director, James Michener, that
trying to get out of the
would
shot.
have been the architect of sort of the ground game operation.
Posing perhaps for one final photograph before he comes through the door, Premier Designate Tim Houston.
He knows how to make an entrance, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's got quite a party to attend tonight. 30 seats leading or projected elected on the board. He is definitely going to be heading back to Province House with a minority government, still too close to call in 3 of those ridings as to whether that is going to be a majority or not. But lots of reason to celebrate tonight at the PC election night headquarters.
He gets to sit in the Premier's chair. That was the main goal.
Hey, a win is a win is a win. It doesn't matter how you slice it in that regard. And a major accomplishment for the PCs to come back after 15 years of not holding power. They are back in that very seat.
Yeah, right out of the political wilderness.
Yep, the reporter's getting a lot of tube time too.
Pass the mic.
There we go. There's the campaign co-chair is just getting ready to announce his arrival at the election night headquarters.
Cameron McKean is sounding a little hoarse, maybe from a lot of hooting and hollering
That's
at
right.
the headquarters
and
there.
Tara Miller beside him there as they are no doubt feeling the excitement of what was, by all accounts, a pretty successful campaign, obviously, with the results tonight, but also a real come-from-behind win because whether you believe the polls or not, and maybe it was good if you didn't, they were a way back when they started here.
That's I don't think there's any doubt about that, and it is a triumph for the Conservatives, progressive Conservatives.
It's been 22 years and 22 days
There we
since
go.
the
There he is
last
there.
progressive Conservative majority
Premier
government.
Designate Tim Houston coming into the room, the hugs, the cheers, the 51-year-old, the chartered accountant who made the numbers work for him somehow tonight. And he pulled off what has got to be described as an astounding win here.
An upset, really.
An upset for sure. You know, he entered politics in 2013 and then again in 2017 was chosen leader in October of 2018. But he made healthcare his main campaign issue this time around. Maybe he learned from the Conservatives, progressive Conservatives learned from the last election, I don't know, but they banged that drum a lot this time, and healthcare may well have helped them.
It sure did. Well, it was the #1 issue for roughly 60% of Nova Scotians. It said it was the single driving force for, this is just polling, the single driving force in what would, decide their vote.
They clearly did the math and said, this is what we go with this one.
If we're not talking about this, we're talking about the wrong issue. And interestingly, the Rankin government couldn't. As much because, of course, they'd spent 8 years in power. So if there were any identified issues in the system, well, they would have been ultimately, I suppose, right. How can you? So perfectly understandable that they needed to try to duck on that one. But regardless, the Tories stayed quite focused on anything and everything relevant to health and health indicators.
And like we said, that story of the gentleman in his driveway, 86-year-old with a broken hip, waiting 3 hours for an ambulance that never came.
That's right.
Doesn't get much more pointed than that.
No, and you saw, even the progressive Conservatives throughout the campaign.
Yeah. And as you suggest, all those chips seem to fall in place for him during this campaign. Those was very fortuitous for the PCs. Let's listen in to Premier Designate Tim Houston as he addresses his supporters at the Pictou Wellness Centre.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. What a night. What a 32 days. What a 3 years. What a night. Thank you so much, everyone. First things first, of course, thank you to the voters of Pictou East. Thank you for your continued belief in me, your support of me. Thank you so much. I look forward to continuing to serve our wonderful community. Thank you, Pictou East. Well, friends, let me begin tonight by reminding you of where we were just a couple of months ago. As recently as the end of May, the pollsters and the pundits, they had us back 28 points in the polls. It was going to be a historic Liberal landslide. As for those so-called experts, they were all writing us off. Well, I wonder what they're writing right now. Because make no mistake, tonight, together, we made history in this election. And not just here in Nova Scotia, but in all of Canada. We proved that just because there is a pandemic doesn't mean government gets a free pass. We proved tonight that accountability still matters, that ideas still matter, that solutions still matter. Because politics is not a sport. It's serious business. And everywhere in Nova Scotia, real people have real issues. And they are counting on us to solve them. Like a doctor shortage, an ambulance crisis, an underinvestment in our seniors. And regardless of what the polls may say, what we know is if you provide real solutions to people's real problems, then the voters will pay attention. And tonight, to all Nova Scotians, I recognize the weight of what happened tonight. You have now given us a mandate to govern. And tonight, I am proud to say, we are ready to govern. This is an incredibly special night for all of us. And there are so many people that I want to thank. And of course, when you do that, there's always a risk that you accidentally forget somebody. But I'll give it a shot. And first of all, of course, thank you to my beautiful wife, Carol. You joined me as a partner in this crazy adventure, and I could not have accomplished what we've accomplished without you as my partner. Thank you. I love you. And thank you to my kids, Paget and Zachary. We love you. Thank you for being patient with me. Supporting me and sharing your dad with Nova Scotians. Thank you. And I hope that I make you proud, because you both make me very, very proud. Thank you to my parents, both sets of my parents. Thank you. We love you. Thank you for everything you do for us. My sister, Leanne, is here somewhere. Where are you, Leanne? Thank you for your support, and of course, my brother. Our brother is never far from us. So, love you. Thank you. And I could stand here for hours and thank people. Maybe I will. Don't worry, I won't stand here for hours tonight. But I do want each and every one of you to know your support of our family and of the party is something we'll always cherish, and I thank you for that. I owe you all so much. Thank you, each and every one of you, for what you've done for us. Thank you to the campaign teams, here in Pictou County, it was painful for me to not be here in Pictou County knocking on doors and sharing time with my friends and neighbors. But I knew that we had a campaign team here that had it under control. Thank you to the Pictou East campaign team. And thank you to the provincial campaign team. Your efforts has been remarkable. I know some of you have really dedicated years of your life to this. This result tonight is a result that we share together, and I'm so proud of you. Thank you. There's an incredible amount that goes on behind the scenes. So much work goes in behind the scenes, and it's truly it's one of my greatest memories of this. It's so humbling how many people put their lives on hold to help me be at my best during the campaign. Thank you for that, and of course, and of course, to the slate of candidates across this province, 55 in total. I'm so proud of you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for having the courage to put your name on a ballot beside my name. I will never forget that. Thank you so much. And I know you put the name on the ballot because you believed in our plan to fix healthcare, our plan to support our seniors, our plan to grow our economy. I know that some of you are celebrating tonight in a very big way, and I know who you are too. But I know, of course, others are disappointed, and I want you to know that each and every one of you, I share in your joy and I share in your sorrow, and I'm so proud of all of you, and I thank you for putting your name forward. This was the most diverse team of candidates that our party has ever fielded. The most diverse field of candidates. I'm proud of that. And tonight, Nova Scotians elected PC MLAs in places that have not elected a PC MLA in a long, long time. I thank you for more people than ever are finding a home in our party, in the PC party. And my friends, I assure you, we are just getting started. Just getting started. And I want to give a very, very sincere thank you to our opponents who, whatever our disagreements may be, I respect that you chose to run, and I know you chose to run and perform public service out of the love of this province. And the public service forces us to be at our best, and I thank you for putting your name forward. Thank you, Ian Rankin, for your commitment. Thank you, Ian, for your commitment to the province and for bringing new ideas and new attention to issues like climate change and diversity. These are incredibly important issues. Thank you, Ian, for putting a focus on those. Thank you, Gary Burrell, for running a very Thank you, Gary, for running a spirited campaign that drew attention to serious issues like housing affordability. I thank you for that. And I want to take a moment to thank each and every single candidate across this province from every party who put their name on a ballot. It takes courage to do that. And I also want to acknowledge that there are people on campaigns in every corner of this province, of every political stripe, who worked tirelessly, who knocked on doors, who hammered in signs, and volunteered their time in the name of democracy, and it is incredibly important. So thank you so much. And I actually know right now my mom is saying, for heaven's sakes, will you take a drink of water? Thank you for all those candidates. Thank you so much. Win or lose, blue, red, orange, or green, Nova Scotia is better off for your service and sacrifice. So I thank you for that. And now to the people of Nova Scotia, on behalf of our Nova Scotia team, thank you. Thank you for voting for us. Thank you for putting your faith in us. We worked hard to earn your support, And we will continue to work hard every single day to keep your support. I may be the one on stage. I may be the one on stage, but it's Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians, you are the ones that spoke loud and clear in this election. You are ready for change. You are ready. You are ready. You are ready for the vision put forward by the PC party. Whether you don't have a family doctor, whether you want access to mental health, whether you have a loved one waiting for a bed in long-term care, whether you want a better paying job or your business to grow, you share the hope that I have, that our whole PC team has, for a beautiful province where everyone can reach its full potential. And for the next 4 years and beyond, I will give you I will promise you this. I will give you everything I have to fix healthcare. I will give you everything I have to make this a better province. It won't happen overnight, and it will cost money. But if we work together, we can get the job done, because there's an opportunity right here in front of us to seize a brighter future. And that starts with a belief in what our province can do, a belief in each other, a belief in our communities, a belief in our fellow Nova Scotians. We can put Nova Scotia on the path to financial sustainability and fix our healthcare system. We can support our traditional industries and build an environmental plan that fights climate change. We can make our province a magnet for doctors, investors, and tourists alike, and remain proud of our traditions and our heritage, no matter how long you've lived in this beautiful province, no matter who you voted for in this election or how you vote federally, no matter the color of your skin, your gender, who you love, how you pray, or the language you speak. Our PC government will listen to you, will respect you, and we'll do everything in our power to make access to healthcare better and make your life more affordable. We have worked so hard, but the work is just getting started. There will be tough decisions ahead. But tonight, we can share the optimism for the future of this province. We can have hope that healthcare will get better, and we can have hope that tomorrow will be better than today, because it will. At the very beginning of this election, I said we are solutionists, and I stand by that. And based on tonight's results, it appears we have a few Nova Scotians who also identify as solutionists. I am proud of what we've accomplished together, but I know we're just getting started. But I will tell you this, change is coming to Nova Scotia, and I can't wait to get started. Thank you so much.
Quite feisty, saying they wrote us off. This has been a historic election campaign, noting that governments don't get a free pass in a pandemic, and citing the importance of an issue that voters identified with. And he referenced healthcare several times in that speech tonight, and it might very well be the reason why he is Premier Designate tonight.
Oh, I think it's guaranteed that that's the reason why he's Premier tonight. You know, we've just spoken about Aaron O'Toole. He just gave Aaron O'Toole the best gift he could have. He has broken the streak, and he has said, with respect to the pandemic, that governments do not get a free pass with the pandemic. That's his gift to Aaron O'Toole. He's proven that you can defeat an incumbent government in the midst of a pandemic. That's what he's done. That's what he's done for O'Toole. What he's done for himself is a historic breakthrough that we haven't seen in 22 years. That's not been done.
So much passion and emotion in his voice. Exactly. Oh my gosh, you know, it seemed like he was really speaking from the heart. It was accumulation of like a month of on the campaign trail and being away from family, but thanking his family, got quite emotional about his brother.
Yes,
who he
his
lost.
brother who he lost. In relative terms, in the last few years. He's a man who cares very deeply about his family. His kids, Zach and Padgett, were on the campaign trail. His wife, Carol, has been, a stalwart. Some folks in their campaign team would humorously jest that she's a far better candidate than Tim Houston is, really connects with people. But she's also been very personally and emotionally committed to seeing that Tim got to this point tonight. So, this has been years in the making for him, I'm sure, since the first time he would have gathered a little inner circle together to talk about the leadership of the PC Party of Nova Scotia. And I have every confidence he's lost sleep over the last several years, wondering why. If he has in his heart substantive critique about government and how they've been performing, why the polling wasn't supporting it. Why there didn't appear to be any wiggle room for alternate opinion.
In rubbing that in their faces.
Well, he did, and rightly so. I mean, again, even yesterday, pollsters were suggesting that yes, this race, the Liberal support, this huge plurality had collapsed to the point where it was now going to be razor thin. But, in 24 hours, razor thin has become quite a gulf between the Liberal support and the Progressive Conservative support, not just in the seat count, but even the vote count.
What a big night, though, for the Conservatives. They just have to keep coming back to the fact that he is right. We have had a change election here in this province, one that we didn't see. And, for me, apart from his reference to his family, which was touching, they were writing us off. I wonder what they're writing right now. I mean, that was gloating, him taking a victory lap around the naysayers. And there have been some. We certainly weren't expecting him to walk away with the Premier's chair in such a comfortable fashion as he did tonight. Big night for the Conservatives.
And also acknowledging that the problems that lie ahead, particularly fixing healthcare, is a very big one, and we'll be talking about that in the coming days and weeks and months for sure. Listen, we had to interrupt NDP leader Gary Burrell there earlier because Mr. Rankin was taking the microphone. We want to give Mr. Burrell his due here. I understand we have him now live from his NDP election night headquarters. Mr. Burrell, thank you for being with us. I want to begin with your seat count as it stands right now, 8 NDP on the board. Some people will say that was more than they thought the NDP would get tonight, that the party has exceeded expectations somewhat. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think the main thing to say at this point is that things are still not entirely decided, so I think it's premature to have very much to say about the final seat count, but the place where we are at the moment with having 8 seats where we are in combination elected and leading, this is a major step forward, and it's a very encouraging evening for the NDP.
You're seeing success once again in Metro Halifax. I'm wondering how much you think that plank of the platform dealing with affordable housing and with rent control, permanent rent control, played into the results that you are seeing here tonight.
Well, it's a very, very important issue. It's an alive issue across Nova Scotia, not just an HRM issue. There is, in fact, a lower vacancy rate in parts of the Valley and the South Shore than there is in the HRM. Also, a very, very alive issue in industrial Cape Breton. And one of the things we're very excited about at the moment is that we are leading in the count to this point in Glace Bay Dominion. And it would be very, very encouraging for us to think about adding that seat in the NDP.
Sir, I know you're watching them all, as we are as well. We're running tight on time. I do appreciate you taking a few moments with us tonight. And once again, congratulations on your results.
Well, that's my privilege. Thank you.
Mr. Burrell, the leader of the NDP, speaking to us from election night headquarters at Alderney Landing tonight with 8 on the board right now. But as he says, he is hoping that that number might shift a bit more because there are some close ridings for the NDP are still involved.
I'm still dealing with poor Labby Kasoulas down by 400 votes in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. Again, elections always produce surprises. I would put this in the surprise category. There we go. Lisa Lachance up by 400, 22 of 35 polls. So let's put the brakes on that just yet. There's a lot of polls to come.
Advanced polls among them that have to be reported on. So there's a lot of movement could still happen on that one.
Yes, absolutely. It could come back down.
As it stands right now, it's a surprise. So we'll see how things may change as the night goes on.
It's a sign of how bad things have gone for the Liberals, to say the least.
You know, they would have mused at the PC camp about who might be a cabinet minister before tonight. They're really talking about it this evening, as you can well imagine. So let's have a look at who might be a potential contender for cabinet, and that's a pretty good soldier from Inverness, isn't it?
I would expect that that would be somebody who would be heading into a cabinet pretty safely, who was around before Tim Houston came on the scene. Don't know what portfolio he might get, but I would put him in the top tier of picks. Let's take a look. Somebody else is probably coming out of Pictou. I would assume it's going to be Carla McFarlane. That's not my call. But she would certainly have the case as a sturdy representative out of there. Again, a thumping lead and win for her there. What about Kim Maslin? I mean, he's now got to start taking into account things like geography. That would be a potential cabinet pick, you would think.
And gender equity, too.
Yep. Let's see who else. We're going to leave everybody off, of course. Tim Hallman with a 273-vote lead, assuming that he gets over the finish line. You would assume that Tim Hallman would be a top lieutenant in a Houston government. You know, what portfolio? I mean, you know what they say. When the person picks, when a premier picks a health minister, the health minister says, "But I thought you were my friend."
Well, how about any sure bets for you there, Chris?
Well, I think Tim Hallman is a great choice. He's been one of the most ardent supporters of Tim Houston. I think, as we chatted about, when you form a cabinet, there are any number of factors that you need to take into account. Geography is an important one, so that there's representation from all across the province. There's also a cultural tapestry, so that a lot of the backgrounds that are reflected in what we see in Nova Scotia today are reflected in the cabinet, and gender parity. There are actually a lot of progressive conservative women. I'm sorry I even say that with surprise, but we'd made the point earlier in the show that what's been one of the great takeaways from this election is that Progressive Conservatives, New Democrats, and Liberals ran women in ridings that they could win. And we're seeing, especially in the South Shore, a tremendous breakthrough for Progressive Conservative women candidates. And I think you're going to see, a lot of new faces in a Tim Houston cabinet.
Well, as we noted, the three South Shore ridings, all major parties ran women candidates, so the odds were good.
They were reasonably good. Yeah, reasonably good. That was going to be an outcome.
Look at that share of the vote there. I mean, the Liberals are creeping back up to within about 4.2% of the share of the vote, and yet we're down around almost half the seats that are projected elected or leading. So, that is a bit surprising as well. We've been talking a lot tonight about the efficiency of the NDP vote at 20.9%, of course, and as we say, they're in tight there in a few ridings where we have to say that it's too close to call even to decide whether we go from a minority to a majority government.
And we keep watching the mini board, as we call it, down there. We've noticed that it's just flipped. One more seat for the Liberals to make it more heartbreaking and disappointing for them at the end. As I see the computer telling me that it's Cape Breton Senator Whitney Peer, as we pop it up, Michelle Wilson over Kendra Coombs. We just heard Gary Burrow talking about Glace Bay or Cape Breton Centre, etc. There you go, 63-vote lead, 28 of 37 polls. So this one isn't over either. Pretty close. Kendra Coombs, the incumbent there, who took over from another New Democrat, Tammy Martin, who resigned.
We've talked about the good night that the New Democrats have had, but this would be an NDP incumbent that should that result hold, that would have fallen tonight.
Another storyline tonight, of course, is the diversity vote, the candidates that were on the slate for the various parties tonight. Let's have a look at some of those riding results where the African Nova Scotians and black candidates were running. And there we have a projected elected seat there in Preston with Angela Simmons.
And that was one of the decisions that the parties made, obviously, to put forward a candidate of color in Preston to make sure that someone was elected there from there. Halifax needed Susie Hansen taking over from the Liberal, from the New Democrat Lisa Roberts, who of course took over from Maureen McDonald, who won it in 1998. So that's it's a kind of a long story
legacy there.
And here we go with our next one, Ali Douali with a 316-vote lead. We signaled that earlier that he had turned that around. Just one more poll to go there, so things are looking optimistic for Ali Douali. Finally, Tony Ince, 231-vote lead over Daryl Johnson there in a three-way, really close right there. These are candidates where we're seeing the most black candidates, in the lead or leading there. But just one more
poll to come in there.
Yeah, so, the previous record, by the way, was 2013 when Stephen Goff and Tony Ince were elected. Goff was knocked off in the next election, but, you heard Houston talking about this. We've heard all of the leaders talking about it. We've heard Rankin talk about it repeatedly tonight about diversity. Well, we are seeing more diversity than ever tonight if these results hold.
Much more deliberate in terms of putting up enough candidates that as you say, could win.
That's been the big difference maker, I think. It's at least, actually not just at least. I was about to say specific to gender parity. But, the fact that we're going to have so many persons of color in the legislature, historic number of persons of color in the Nova Scotia legislature, it appears, tonight. That's a really good thing, a monumental thing, frankly, a modern thing.
We don't see yet a PC in the legislature of color. We'll see if that changes in the course of the evening. We'll watch what happens in Cole Harbour, where things are tight.
Yes, the Progressive Conservatives were really high on Daryl Johnson's candidacy in Cole Harbour, and they were expecting to actually have a good night tonight in Cole Harbour. And in fact, the seat count to 30, I think they would have presumed that Cole Harbour would have gone blue well before they were into that 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30
It's a night of surprises. Not everything unfolds the way people thought it would.
The Liberal up by 231 votes in Cole Harbour, so he still has a ways to go.
He does. Still too tight to say whether it's a minority or majority government here, although the PCs have been sitting in that comfortable 30 spot in the lead there for the last little while. And as we've been looking at some of the ridings, there are still some dogfights to settle that as to whether it's a minority or a majority government. We know for sure it is a minority at the very least at this point. It's been a tight night. It's been an exciting race. It's been a big night. And a night of change, really.
A night of change and a night of triumph for the Progressive Conservatives, as we keep saying, more than 2 decades since they actually did it. Tim Houston has set the bar extremely high. As he found out in this campaign, or as Rankin found out in this campaign, with health care, any little problem, not little problem, any problem becomes your problem as a government. So when the gentleman went down and had to wait hours for the ambulance, that became Rankin's problem. Well, guess what? Yeah. After you're sworn in, Tim Houston, that's your problem.
So are you going to be the first one to say, Houston, we have a problem? Or
I'm sure that's been cited before.
Oh, boy. I'm sorry you mentioned that because
I'm just waiting. Yeah, it's coming.
There's a headline someplace.
You were so right about the 1999 crowd. Like, Paul and I were both down at the legislature at that time. And we haven't gotten older, but, we've seen these folks get older, and a lot of familiar faces in the back rooms.
That's right. You've seen, again, with Cameron McKean and Tara Miller as the chairs.
Rob Batherson.
Yes, and Rob Batherson and James Michener. And,
it's like old home.
Yes, and Lisa Maniger. It is. And everyone was younger, and everyone was a young Turk, kind of as they say in the vernacular then. But that is, that is a bit of the gang getting back together. And I don't know the critical mass of that 99 team in any of the subsequent provincial elections that we'd seen since then, until this one, that you saw a lot of those folks. I forgot Dave McGregor as well. He's been front and center in this campaign as he was behind Mr. Houston's.
Experience.
Yes.
It's been a while, but they know.
They grew into the roles for sure.
It got them elected. Now it's how will they deal with a brutal promise to make? The PCs will fix health care.
That's a big one.
It's a lofty goal.
Okay, we want to get to Brett Ruskin now in the newsroom because the congratulatory notes for Tim Houston and the PCs in this province continue to come in over social media, and we're going to get to him as soon as we can if that becomes if he is able to get his message up there. But that's what we're hearing is happening on social media, is that there has been a lot of congratulatory messages coming in from other leaders around the country.
That's what he did, though, as I said, for Aaron O'Toole, right? This is the first pandemic election where government has gone down. Certainly, federal Conservatives must be heartened by what's happened here, no matter that Tim Houston was running in the opposite direction from Aaron O'Toole. This notion that governments have to be held accountable and that there is no free pass has got to be music to the ears of federal Conservatives on the campaign trail today.
That certainly gives them some hope for change.
Yeah, you have to think we're going to hear that recited a few times now.
I apologize for my distraction. The texts are just flying like it's going out of style, folks asking some particulars. But anyway, it's a very, very interesting night. Well, you know, I mean, we've shared a lot. We've shared a lot. Now, let me have some private thoughts, Amy. My goodness. So, long story short, it's been very clear from even sort of the digital communication that's going on, how many moving pieces there have been tonight, and how many even, frankly, even at this late hour, continue to move.
We want to take you to Lunenburg because we have a final result in there, Paul, and that's the. A projected election for the PC candidate there.
That's a significant win for Susan Corkum-Greek, who has defeated the incumbent Liberal Suzanne Lonis-Croft down in the Lunenburg riding. She ran on health care as well. She was able to point out, because these things happen with exhausted healthcare workers from the pandemic, staffing was not available, emergency rooms closed. That sort of thing was happening as the campaign unfolded. There were emergency code alerts with the ambulances not being fully available in that riding during the election. Those were issues that she drove home, as did progressive Conservative candidates all over Nova Scotia. So, you know, the events on the ground with healthcare were supporting the narrative that the progressive Conservatives were telling Nova Scotians over and over and over again. You know, and in Chris's world, they call that earned media, which is just free media coverage that was making the point for you. And that was the advantage that Houston had in this election. It just kept happening over and over and over again, and they could go to the well with it, as Susan Corkum-Greek did down in Lunenburg.
So many things seem to fall in place for the PCs during that short campaign, 31 days, but the world really changed. The political world in Nova Scotia really changed in that period of time.
And campaigns do matter, right?
And this campaign is not exactly over yet. We understand from Elections Nova Scotia that counting will go on beyond midnight. You know, and we're watching the numbers flip back and forth. I would just point out on the mini board there, we're seeing where the New Democrats have flipped back up. That's Cape Breton, Whitney Pier, where Coombs is back up again. She was down about 2 minutes ago. She's now up by 35 votes. So that one isn't over yet. How the red team and the orange team end up, we don't know yet as well.
Interesting peek at the share of the vote down there, too. Was dipping a little below 40%, now back up to 40%. So still some things in flux.
Yeah, for sure. And we just hear, as Paul was saying, their Elections Nova Scotia saying they're going to continue voting past midnight. They told us that it might be possible they could shut things down at midnight, but obviously they think they're close enough in enough of those ridings to be able to carry on without exhausting the counters too much.
And they're winners tonight too, Tom. Like Elections Nova Scotia, I know I've said this a few times. They've done an exceptional job. This was a very complicated election for them to prepare for. They were concerned that what happened in Newfoundland and Labrador would happen again here.
Which was a mess.
Now that's irrespective of a third wave, which was Newfoundland and Labrador's problem. But even recruitment of staff, knowing that they were going to present so many more voting options for Nova Scotians, they needed to present longer business hours in order to do that. And as such, hundreds of more recruited staff to be able to run those polls, to run those advanced polling locations, and even now, as we heard from Brett earlier tonight, there are 100 counters in the Ramada in Dartmouth doing their thing in a few boardrooms. I'm sure, having bad pizza and warm bottles of water, endeavoring just to make it through. But these folks are working tirelessly to see that, these results get done as quickly as possible. And it's been remarkable because even as you know, in our preparations for tonight's broadcast, we talked about the scenario where, gee whiz, what happens? This could be hours, after midnight. It could even be into tomorrow. And at least it looks now like they're perilously close.
Well, in fact, Brett Ruskin has been speaking directly to Elections Nova Scotia. Let's turn to him now in the newsroom. And he's moved on from the congratulatory notes that people have been sending Tim Houston to get the latest from Elections Nova Scotia.
Enough of those well wishes. On to the nitty-gritty now. We want to know when we can go to bed. That is not, a certainty yet as to when things are going to wrap up, because we have basically two options. We're going to continue on voting, or we are going to stop and continue tomorrow. And that depends on what electoral district we are talking about. We do know, and we got that release from Elections Nova Scotia that was shared around saying that the vote count will continue past midnight. But I want to draw your attention to the second part of this announcement or this news release saying Elections Nova Scotia continues to review electoral districts with outstanding polls and will communicate soon on what districts will be able to complete their vote count tonight. So basically, in speaking with Elections Nova Scotia staff, it means that some vote counts well, certainly everything will continue past midnight. That's a certainty. But some vote counts could wrap up tonight. Some vote counts may not. We may see vote counts continue into tomorrow. The schedule for that, as outlined by the Chief Electoral Officer in advance of this, in preparation and in anticipation of the high voter turnout, especially for that returning, for that continuous poll, is to start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that is still a possibility. It is a certainty that we will go past midnight for most of the electoral districts, but we may also wrap things up at some point tonight and then continue on tomorrow as well.
Yeah, well, nobody said it had to be easy, I guess, did they?
No.
Well, lots of ballots to count, and yeah, obviously that's the latest from Elections Nova Scotia, so we'll keep an eye on what's happening in that regard as well. Paul.
So, you're wondering, well, where is the PC majority? They're sort of stuck at 30. In fact, we understand that there are thousands of votes to come in ridings where the majority hangs on. So let's look at John McDonald up by 134 votes with 44 or 46 polls. Still many advance polls to come in. Remember, these ballots would have been cast before the Liberal campaign went off the rails, as it were. And so we don't know what kind of votes those are going to be. That's worth keeping in mind. That's why our decision desk is being a little hesitant here. Barb Adams, 226. 26 of 27 polls. Again, this is where the PC majority lives or dies in those two ridings and one more riding that we're watching. Waverly Fall River, 300 votes there ahead, but still one poll to go. And I'll make the point again, what they tell us is that there are still thousands of votes to come in those three ridings, and so that's why we're being a little hesitant to give him the majority government that they would expect. And think about what just happened in Yarmouth.
Right.
Trailing, and then massive win at the very end. And so that's why we don't know whether he's actually across the finish line to a majority government or not. There are still so many votes to come in.
And voters in Nova Scotia are becoming increasingly satisfied, pleased with the advanced vote. We saw those numbers go up. And so it's convenient on that front. But you have to think that Elections Nova Scotia and some of the people who are there at this late hour counting all those ballots right now, they might have a different opinion about advanced voting in this province.
But, talk about the pandemic and the summer campaign. People just wanted to cast their ballot and get it done with and, do it safely. And then maybe just go to the cottage or just enjoy the rest of the summer. So a lot of people, we've seen, it voted ahead of time.
It's true, and in record numbers. Roughly 30%, I think, of the electorate had voted in advance.
I did, so I'm sorry if I'm tying up the vote.
Yes, I did as well. So it was very, very interesting, even just to see the mechanics of how Elections Nova Scotia was going to figure it out. To try to get as many folks as possible to get their X's in boxes, which is their core mandate.
Right.
There's been actually there was a lot of media, a lot of coverage sort of in the weeks and months leading up to what was an expected summertime or a general election call in this election cycle, with a bit of tension back and forth between the provincial government and Elections Nova Scotia, which, yes, is a government entity, but one that operates largely independently. But nonetheless, some calls to see that the proper investments could get made in staff and PPE and options, and then to start investigating how the Elections Act could be modernized, perhaps to establish avenues like online voting, which folks in Nova Scotia are pretty used to now. They're able to do it municipally. The voter turnout in the online platform in Halifax regional municipality in the last mayoral election was indicative of that. So folks are used to it. Now, of course, there's safety and technology and security, et cetera, all those concerns you need to wrap up in there. But nonetheless, they're thinking about it. God willing, we're going to see an uptick in voter turnout today. Let's hope so. It was pretty darn low last time. But considering COVID, considering the summer, considering, frankly, the desire of the incumbent government to try to keep, as many people disinterested as possible, which is a tactic. And I'm not saying there's anything really particularly negatively, but again, when you're coming in as the incumbent, you don't really want a huge upswing, because those upswings tend to vote you out.
That's true.
We may well have seen the upswing tonight, the 30 there on the board for the PCs. Okay, well, we're going to pause for a moment to say goodbye to those of you who have tuned in on CBC News Network. Thank you so much for joining us. Certainly do appreciate it. It's been an exciting night, that is for sure. The National will begin shortly for you, and if you want to stay with our election special in Nova Scotia, we're on the main channel in the province, and anyone can also find our digital streams on CBC Gem, cbc.ca/ns, and on the CBC Nova Scotia Facebook and YouTube pages. All right, so happy you could stay with us tonight. This has certainly been an exciting night, a Liberal minority government. That's what the CBC Decision Desk is saying right now, but they are still counting ballots at Elections Nova Scotia. They're onto the advanced polls now, and that could be a big factor in determining whether this becomes a majority government or not for the PCs right now. Let's go right now to the latest result out of Glace Bay Dominion. And this is a final. We have a projected elected for one of the Johns there. Paul?
That's right. John White, really interesting there. They're not going to call that a landslide. Wins by 33 votes. Holy mackerel, that's close. But it's a win for the Progressive Conservatives. That's why you see that number tick up, for John White, who ran and lost against Jeff McClellan, the Liberal incumbent there.
And talk about a split. Mm-hmm. I mean, 33 votes is the lead there, and any one of those gentlemen could have easily been put in that position, with a hair one way or the other.
You think your vote doesn't count? This proves it. It certainly does. And getting that vote out on Election Day or to the advanced polls, that's why the parties try so hard to get people to get their vote, because 33 votes is all it separates first from second.
And even in ridings where it was a bit of a tougher hill to climb, we've seen a bit of we've seen a blue tide, across a lot of the province. In industrial Cape Breton, it wasn't quite, say, as robust a surge, but you saw some strength of the NDP in this riding as well. A former mayor of CBRM, John Morgan, putting up a heck of a fight. And you tally perhaps a protest vote against the government in there, a little bit of Tory, a little bit of NDP. You put those into one catchment, and I'm sure it's a much higher plurality than 33. But nonetheless, all three parties put forward very credible Johns in this riding, and the fact that it could have gone any way, has adjusted our result.
The voters were cranky tonight, don't you think, in some ways? I mean, that might have explained part of it. I mean, we have the summer election. There was a question about whether we should have an election or not now, or when we should have it. Should it be off in the fall or not? After COVID, and then you have this drubbing of the Liberals tonight. What do you make of that sort of result tonight?
There's two thoughts about that. One is it was a cynical call to call in the middle of the election. That's one thing, and you wonder if they're being punished for that. But look at the vote total. I mean, this is going to make it more painful and anguishing for the Liberals. They're ticking up 35.9 against 39.7. I mean, it's getting closer, as you would expect. And we'll see whether or not any of those advanced polls knock that down anymore, a la what we just saw happen in Yarmouth, where there was a tremendous rush of votes for the Liberals.
Okay, let's go to Shayna Luck. She's in the newsroom with the winner from the riding of Preston. Shayna.
Hi, Tom. Yes, CBC has projected a winner in Preston, the new protected riding, a historic Black community. I have with me Angela Simmons, and she is our projected MLA-elect. Angela, hello. How are you feeling tonight?
Hi. Great. Thanks. It's exciting. Just feeling overwhelmed and happy, and I have a lot of questions about moving forward, but I feel great. It's really exciting.
Well, we know the Liberals won't be forming government, so I'm wondering now, what are you focusing on? What would you like to accomplish in opposition?
Yeah, so one of the things that I did throughout this campaign was really listen to the constituency and listen to people and listen to the concerns and build on those relationships. And so that's what I'll continue to do in the opposition, raise the concerns and issues and challenge, I think, some of the, one of the things that before I started this campaign, I worked in the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. And as a woman in politics now running, I will look forward to having some conversations about what that looks like for folks and how we will move this forward in terms of supporting people, in particular, different diverse communities, to be able to be in a position like myself. And as well, continue to listen to the relationships and the folks in community to be able to raise the concerns for them at the provincial table.
So last question, Angela. Are you going to be able to sleep tonight?
I hope. Probably not. No, I think right now I'm celebrating with my family who has been here from day one, and doing a couple interviews here with you. But other than that, I think it's going to be a long night, but a very much of a successful night. And so I look forward to not sleeping, but enjoying the feeling of being tired and exhausted.
Thanks very much, Angela.
Thank you.
Angela Simmons, MLA-elect for Preston. Tom?
All right, thanks, Sheena. Yeah, you can certainly hear the excitement in her voice there. Look at the scoreboard there, the PCs leading or projected elected in 31. It has certainly been their kind of night tonight. And now the CBC decision desk is prepared to make another projection about the government of Nova Scotia. And it will, in fact, be a progressive conservative majority government. They are now over the top and into majority territory, heading back to Province House with a commanding control of politics in this province tonight, Paul.
Well, that's the cherry on top of the cake for Tim Houston tonight. It's now mission accomplished on all fronts. He is safely in charge of the Nova Scotia government. The keys to Province House, the keys to government are in your hands, Tim Houston. And, why can we make this projection? Well, it was actually John White in Glace Bay that gave the decision desk the comfort to go ahead with that win in the column. Whatever happens elsewhere, it's pretty clear now that Tim Houston has the majority that he needs, whatever happens in those other ridings.
Once again, a late-night flip, and this, as you say, in the riding of Glace Bay and Dominion, tells the tale for the PC majority government tonight.
It just completes their stem to stern, one end of the province to the other.
It sure does. All right, Amy, let's see how they did it.
Well, we've been looking at that vote share all night. It's been ticking up and down a bit, but they are just past that 39.2, as we've been telling everybody all night. That's the sort of a bare minimum historically in Nova Scotia to form a majority, but they are over that. What do you make of that, Chris?
Well, it's interesting that the advanced polls have really tightened it up. I mean, we haven't seen the adjustments so much in the seat count, although we did just see a seat that was in the NDP column flip back into the Liberal column. And, of course, we recently saw the election of the Progressive Conservative in Glace Bay. But we're now at 3.7% spread. The Tories are half a point above, 0.5% rather, above, no point, I said it right. I gotta get the math, I gotta get the vernacular right. Anyway, yes, 0.5 point above, above that historic margin. And the second Stephen McNeil majority government was also relatively low in the grand scheme of things. It was just above that 39.2 mark, and marked, I think, the second closest.
Well, let's have a look at the seat change. This really tells the tale as well. The PC's up 11. And, of course, the Liberals on a different trajectory, down 13. And right now the NDP holding at +1. And, of course, Smith McCrossan as the independent. When you look at that shift, who could have predicted that?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you'd really asked pollsters, again, in the days immediately preceding this one, I have every confidence the big takeaway would have been, I got nothing. That just wouldn't have been clear to any of them that the math was there to get us to the number we're seeing today. Yeah, even if you'd been able to suggest that the Houston Progressive Conservatives would, say, get 3.5 points ahead, that the seat count would be so disparate.
Yeah, they didn't see that much blue on the board for sure. And let's look at Paul writing, or let's look at some some of the ridings, Paul, or at least one of the ridings, where they made the difference tonight.
Well, right. Let's look at Kings West, where Chris Palmer has taken it home over Emily Lutz, as we were mentioning earlier on, a quality candidate for the Liberals, hoping that they would maintain a Valley presence that Stephen McNeil gave them. Not happening tonight, as Palmer takes it on his, second or third crack at it there. This has got to be a satisfying win for the Progressive Conservatives. We've been talking about Annie Ganesh. It was the one that wasn't on my radar at the beginning of the night. It certainly was tonight. It was my sort of, let's just see
Your second bellwether?
how real it really is. Hans East, now look at this. So here's, again, more comfort for the decision desk on the majority call with McDonald with 89 votes ahead. 46 of 46 polls, so McDonald has pulled that off with an 89-vote win. Wow. Really close, but close gives Tim Houston a majority government, and that's really big for him.
That's just it, because, you know, there's not that much difference in the percentage of the vote there, but everything just went the Conservatives' way, the Progressive Conservatives' way in this election, and you end up with what looks like on the scoreboard quite a lopsided win. But, you know, it's like you say, it's where the votes fall.
Right, and how much easier it'll be for him to get into the Premier's chair, to make all these decisions without having to do that kind of backroom negotiation, having the House leaders huddle and decide on different issues.
And where would the common ground have been? You know, that would have been, I think, quite a pickle for, let's say, a high minority Tim Houston Progressive Conservative government in endeavoring to negotiate with either the Rankin Liberals, where there's been clearly a lot of discord. They haven't had the most. They certainly had an acrimonious relationship. And then with with Gary Burrell's NDP, would Tim Houston backtrack on rent control, or would a $15 minimum wage had to have been on the table, which would have given him quite a conundrum to stay in power, or give, say, Mr. Burrell one of those anchor planks of what became sort of breakthrough policy that the NDP was selling to voters, again, largely in HRM and the CBRI.
Do you think he would have done some move on affordable housing that would have been enough to placate the NDP, or?
Purely hypothetical. I have every confidence. I mean, I think we saw from Mr. Houston tonight. It was at times a little chippy, but more at the pundits and the pollsters than his opponents. I thought he was quite gracious, actually, in speaking about what drives Gary Burrell and Ian Rankin. And I have every confidence there would have been some common ground. But with the 31 seats, 27 which are projected elected, one seat away from final. It's tying up with a bow. It is, again, it's not a challenge at which they'll have to face. So now it'll be about being gracious in victory and endeavoring tomorrow morning to wake up, start putting their team together. A couple of weeks from now, being swearing in a new cabinet, and then getting to work on really the multitude of issues that they've raised, again, as we chatted about ad nauseum tonight, largely focused on healthcare.
All right. So lots of wins to celebrate tonight in the PC camp, for sure.
And look at how many women got elected. Of course, we were talking about that earlier. There was a big drive to have more women candidates in place. Up 3. So take that in the win column. It's not perfect.
It's
by
not
any stretch of the imagination. And there was a big effort to get more diversity and more women in place and in seats where they could win. So at last vote, about a third in the legislature were women MLAs. So they're going to improve on that.
That's right, and it's been a fallacy, and I'll throw sort of my traditional party, the Progressive Conservative Party, under the bus a touch, in that there aren't a tremendous amount of women that get elected in the PC Party, and there have been so many historic firsts that Progressive Conservative governments have put forward, like the first woman member of cabinet. But tonight, you're going to see, or rather in the next couple of weeks, I think you're going to see a few more.
Let's have a look at the total vote count too. If we can flip that board over into another one right now. There we go.
Whoa,
well,
that is...
The turnout in 2017 was at an all-time low of 53%. I thought maybe with the advanced polls we would see a bit of an uptick.
Still yet, because we're still waiting for a lot of those advanced polls to come in, but that looks, on the screen right now, that looks like a shockingly low number.
It doesn't look good. Summer election, pandemic, you could chalk it up to a few of those things. But like I said, I had hoped maybe when people made such a big effort to get their vote out early that it may have translated into voter turnout that was a bit higher than last time.
We'll see what happens with those advanced polls. All right, well, we are approaching the end of our CBC News Nova Scotia election special. Nova Scotians will stop counting the ballots before resuming tomorrow morning. But before we do, we are going to check in one last time with our reporters at the Leaders headquarters. Let's begin with Taryn Grant. She's standing by with the Burl camp here in Halifax. Taryn, the NDP's place among the main parties is one thing that will not change overnight, but when votes resume, there are two distinct possibilities if we end with a minority government tomorrow. But we have declared a majority government, so how are the NDP feeling there?
Well, I mean, when we last heard from Mr. Burl, he was feeling pretty good about the way things were going. But I'll tell you one thing, the camp has broken up down here at NDP headquarters. I'm speaking to you now from the Dartmouth waterfront because they shut down the party inside at Alderney Landing. So, of course, we'll be waiting to hear more from NDP leader Gary Burl tomorrow once we know definitively what he thinks about tonight's election results. Of course, the way things are going for them, it does look like an NDP win tonight in terms of growing their seat count as they were hoping to do. They also, the NDP have really been championing diversity in the legislature. And so it's notable that Susie Hansen is projected elected tonight. She's their candidate in Halifax Needham. And of course, is a black woman who now is just one of a few black women to ever serve at Province House in Nova Scotia. She was a real champion for diversity when she served on the Halifax Regional School Board. So it will be really interesting to see the voice and the perspective that she brings to Province House. As for what the New Democrats will bring to Province House, of course, we'll be waiting to hear what Mr. Burl has to say about that tomorrow.
All right, Taryn, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks very much for your work tonight at the NDP headquarters. All right, let's do our whip around. Let's go to Jean Laroche now. He's standing by live at the Liberal headquarters tonight. Boy, it was quiet earlier tonight. It's super quiet there now, Jean.
Don't be surprised if they start taking chairs down and breaking down. Nope. And there we go with the lights. So I think it is definitely last call at the Palace here. Look, a couple of things that are interesting about this is one is that Ian Rankin talks about planning to lead in opposition to fight for the things that are important to him, including the environment and equity. The other interesting thing to me, I think, is that because of the constitution of the party, he will face a leadership review whenever the next annual general meeting is held. So that will determine in large part his fate. And then the other thing, I guess, we did a little Googling, and he shares the same fate as Roger Bacon of the PCs and Harold Connolly, who both served about 5 months. Mr. Connolly back in 1954, so well before my time. So I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching for the party, trying to figure out what went wrong and who's to blame. Oh, the other thing, I guess, that I wanted to mention is that in scrumming Mr. Rankin, they talked about the fact that this was more than about the last 5 months. It was about the last 8 years, trying to share the blame, I guess, with Stephen McNeil.
All right, Jean, thanks for your insights there tonight from the Liberal headquarters. And let's go now to the Pictou Wellness Centre, where Vernon Ramasar has been with the PCs tonight. Vernon.
Well, Tom, I guess I'm at the only party headquarters right now that's not subdued. People have stuck around, and it's still rather a garrulous crowd. The leader's speech was well received this evening, although we did have to sit through a Fogarty song quite a few times before he did enter the room. And he hit on all the important notes, I think, the conciliatory notes, the acknowledging the fact that the environment was also important and affordable housing. And, of course, showed his dedication to his family and reasserted his dedication to improving healthcare in Nova Scotia. So the crowd plans to stick around a little bit and bask in this glory for a bit longer. There was a loud cheer a while ago when the majority was announced. So I'm not sure how long they'll keep the lights on here, but certainly it was a very remarkable and eventful evening at the headquarters here, where we are. Tom?
Yeah, Vernon, turns out you're in the place to be tonight, for sure. All right, thank you very much, Vernon Ramasar with the PCs tonight. Well, we have to leave it at that for tonight. This morning, I guess it is. Thanks to you, Chris, for joining us. That was a pleasure. A lot of fun for sure. Of course, always great to have Paul and Amy here as well. We've become quite the team over the years, haven't we? Late nights on election night. All right, a reminder, our coverage will continue on our website at cbc.ca/ns, where our digital team is busy working on stories to put tonight, all of this into context. And of course, don't forget to tune into CBC Radio, where Information Morning will continue their election coverage. And, you know, Amy and I will be back here, of course, tomorrow night, like every night, at 6 p.m. for CBC Nova Scotia News. Thanks so much for watching, and good night.
Thank you to Nova Scotia. I will be there for you and be there for Nova Scotia. Thank you.